Ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing today? How is everyone doing? Good morning, ready to go. Good morning, legends. Macau 20, my man. Rick Ty, my man. I hope you're doing well. Young Pokey, 55, legend. Good morning from the Midwest. Everything. New subscriber from India, Rahul, my man. I hope you're well. Legends. We need to discuss something because on the last live stream, I got annihilated by bots. So I'm going to give some of you guys moderator access, which means I am counting on you to be able to remove some spam comments when you see them. So I'm gonna give that right now, actually, as we prepare the live stream. Morning, bro. Sending good vibes. Fettuccine, my man. I hope you're well. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hi from Finland. Hello, everyone. Rido Chandra. Rido Chandra. The way it works here, if you're new, if you start spamming, I will remove your question and I will put you in timeout. Guys, we just started the stream. It's Monday. Come on, my man. Don't spam. Don't spam, man. Do not spam. Let's go through this timeout. All right. Too early for timeouts. Stream on. Hi from India. Hey, Matt. Hope you had a good weekend. Thank you, Teddy. I had a phenomenal weekend. Some of these World Cup games, woof, and we got some crazy ones this week. This is the first time in World Cup history, I believe, that the top 4 favorites are in the semifinals. There's usually some kind of upset. Pretty insane to me. Okay. We have a couple people coming in. So Bitcoin is, I have to be honest, guys, Bitcoin is doing exactly what we're expecting it to do. Nothing has really changed. This pullback is perfectly normal. And I think a lot of people freak out when they see a pullback like this. Most people freak out if they're scalpers. But I still think that this can ultimately continue. There's no reason to think that the relief rally is over, in my opinion, yet. Now, if that does happen, I'll let you know, of course. But my base case is that this can still continue. And if you didn't watch my latest YouTube video, I would recommend you do so if you want quick, digestible videos. But I basically talked about how this week we can actually get a pullback. I gave the same update beforehand in my community. And let me just read you through it. I'll actually give you a glimpse of my community as well, because I know that some of you want to join, maybe you don't want to sign up to a new exchange and stuff like that, so I understand. But there's really nothing that has changed so far in terms of what we're seeing for a potential relief rally. I sent this update out on the weekend, on Saturday. Just a reminder that I'm a swing trader at heart. I know that some of you would love to see me firing off more trades, but my approach has been to wait for the best opportunities rather than force activity for the sake of it. So by the way, guys, this is in my group. Some of you that want a gazillion different trade setups a day, the group is not for you, because that's not how I trade this market. Right now, I'm sitting in 4 active, profitable trades, and I'm not feeling any urge to add to new positions or scale into existing ones unless I see an opportunity to do so. If Bitcoin does drop into the low 60Ks, that 59, 60K zone is where I would personally start to potentially add to a long, as per my previous analysis, which was of course shared in this group and on the YouTube channel. It's liquidity, it's local support, and it's the value area low of our current range since the start of June. So this is our big range since the beginning of the year. This is our range since the start of June. And $59,900, around 60K, is local support, but also it's where we have tons of liquidity and it's the value area low of this range. The reason why I pay attention particularly to the value area low is because that's where we got that initial reaction for Bitcoin, which sent us from 65K all the way up to $83,000. So from the low here, we got a very nice reaction on a dump, 27% move to the upside. With leverage, that's a significant move. Now, granted, in my community, we're definitely in a position from 58.1, and I'll go over that shortly. But basically, I'm in 4 active trades right now. I have a massive Bitcoin short, which is still up around 600K. This hasn't really changed, but I'm looking to add to this position if we can get back above that 2021 all-time high at the bare minimum. So $69,000 plus. That's where I would consider adding. And of course, it's not just as simple as number hit, I add. I let my community members know if anything has changed along the way, because sometimes you get to the level and it does look a little bit stronger for continuation. So I would simply wait it out. Then we have Tau, which is, we're getting close again to that next profit zone. The first time around was around $200, but 185 is my next profit taking zone on my Tau short position. And I also have my Bitcoin long, which you guys are well aware of. This is the trade that I've been talking about probably for the past week and a half or so, simply because I think that we can get continuation and I'd be willing to add to that position, even though I've taken some profits already. And I have another Bitcoin short from $81,500. Let me just continue. Outside of that, and this is what you can expect when it comes to my group. Outside of that, I'm comfy where I'm at and I don't want to force anything just to seem active. The group has always been and will continue to be me sharing my own trades in this market. On that note, if you don't hear from me in the group for a bit, it just means that nothing has changed. I get DMs asking me if I'm still alive sometimes if I don't send something in a day, but I promise I am. No news from me equals no change in positioning. I'll always update my group members the moment that something shifts. So if I take profits from a trade, if I get stopped out, if I enter a new trade, anything, and that's my commitment to this group. That's the reason why I have this group. It's so I can share my own stuff even when, for example, I'm not on YouTube. But if nothing changes, nothing changes, right? I think a lot of people are on the verge of gamblers, in my opinion. Not in my group, but in general in crypto, and they always need to be in an active position. I am in 4 positions, but I do maintain these positions, and I look for the next best opportunity in the market. That's what we're going to try to identify in today's live stream. Right now, Bitcoin is shaping up for a solid weekly close. This was on Saturday. We're still tracking the 2018 summer relief rally parallel pretty closely, and it continues to play out. And if it continues to play out, the next week could actually see a red candle before continuation higher, which is pretty insane, guys, because right now we are tracking it like you would not believe. Actually, I don't want to take this Bybit charts. I will take this one. So green, green, red to kick off the week. Now we see if we hit our highly interested levels below to enter a new long. This is going to be an interesting week, I think. Yeah. And like we've been discussing on the channel and within the community, sub 60K has been a long time target to begin accumulation, and it has been hit. We went to $57,000, guys. Let's go through some comments. Let's go through some comments. Sup, Matty, my man? Once again with an epic live. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. Today we're going to probably rip it for at least 4 or 5 hours, at least. We'll be at it for a while. I want to be going into US Market Open, which is in just over an hour. And I think that this is going to be a very, very interesting week ahead. We also have inflation data this week, guys. Mustafa says, Trula30, what is your view on tomorrow's news? As there's an inflation, news will also tell us if there will be further rate cuts or not. Guys, you have to understand that rate cuts are very, very low probability at this point in time. So it's highly unlikely that we get rate cuts based on the data that we have. That being said, I will be doing a live stream tomorrow as well for inflation. Of course I will. Of course I will. So let's go over the calendar, shall we? Let's go over the economic calendar. We have next 3 days. So tomorrow is a big, big inflation day. We have core inflation, inflation rate, year over year, month over month, and then we have supposedly the Fed Chair Warsh testimony. I need to check if this is actually on Tuesday or Wednesday, but interesting. So tomorrow we will be doing an inflation live stream. My bro, I'm not subscribing to you because I'm afraid you'll forget about us when you hit 100,000 subscribers. Legends, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. The point of my channel is to help you trade the market. I like spending time with you when I do the long live streams, but the point of my channel is to help you trade the market, and the way that I can do that without giving you financial advice is through sharing my own trades and my own views of the market. But as the channel continues to grow, there's going to be moments for sure where I'm just basically way more active within my community. Those of you know that have been subscribed for a very long time know that I hardly ever miss a few days of upload. Like, for example, I will miss 1 day a week on Saturday, which I think is more than reasonable. But if I take vacation and do stuff like that, my community always comes first. And guys, this is probably where I'm going to be posting the bulk of my things down the line. I'm going to still do the live streams, of course. I'm still going to do the video content. But this is the fact that there's over 1,000 people, 1,300 people in this group makes me happy because it's where I can make the most impact, in my opinion, because I can give much quicker updates when things change rather than always flicking on the camera. So if you want to join my community, remember, all you need to do is sign up here down below and you trade with your own money. That's it. We have tons of options. And if we go to the live stream now, I'm actually going to pop this up open here. So you can see here, you DM me this keyword, you can join my community. It's a community where you trade with your own money. Everyone is responsible for their own money. You're not paying me to join the community. That I can assure you of. You are basically signing up to any of these links down below. We now have Kraken as an option for some of you that like that approach. My go-to is Bluffin, but that's where I upload all of my trade setups and stuff. And it's where I can keep you updated when I'm not able to flick on the camera. So Mustafa, I hope that you still can subscribe to the channel because it means a lot to me. But if you don't want to, totally fine. I'm going to keep doing the live streams. I'm going to keep publishing the content. Basically what I'm getting at, I see a lot of new people coming in. What Bitcoin is doing now is exactly what we highlighted in my previous videos. Week 1, week 2. Now, if this is to continue, what happens over the course of this week is Bitcoin effectively has that drop, and then we springboard up, and then we get rejected, and it looks something like this. Please don't take this to the bank, as I said in my previous video. I thought it'd be interesting to share with you, but this is basically what I'm looking at in terms of a bear market bottom. Now, some of you are saying, I saw some comments on my last video saying, man, I cannot wait for that 2027 start of the bull market. But guys, it's time to pay attention now. 2027, by 2027, I would say that it's highly likely that the established bear market low is already in, unless we get some kind of devastating COVID-like crash. So by 2027, I wouldn't be surprised if we're already reclaiming these levels after having dropped lower. So make sure you're paying attention. Make sure you're ready. We've been preparing for this for the entire bear market. So I'm glad I can guide you guys along the way, but at the end of the day, it has to be up to you to still tune into the content and still prepare yourself mentally and financially for what's to come. We know that July is historically bullish, but right now it should be much lower than 9% if I refresh it. Yeah, 7.72%. So we're well within the norm right now. Do you have a Filipino friend? Of course I do, man. Cali Compiler says, your group is great. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you actually joined the group. I'm prepped for both scenarios. That trade what's right in front of you, the moment that matters. The moment is what matters. Exactly. So you want to be prepared for everything. And I genuinely need to apologize to some of you that haven't been able to get a swing short. I know that the channel has picked up a lot of traction since I've been very, very bearish over the course of this bear market. And I genuinely feel bad for the people that at every local top get extremely bullish. Because at every local top, my community and I have literally just been shorting Bitcoin while everyone gets super, super, super bullish. So when Cali is talking about being positioned and ready either way, this is how I am positioned. Because you have to understand that if Bitcoin just decides to just absolutely capitulate here, the community and I are going to make more money on the way down than we would be making on the way up, if that makes sense. Because overall, even though I am still more locally bullish, if we get a retest lower, I'd look to add to my long, I am still very much net short. So what this means is I have more short exposure in the market from higher levels. And I know that's frustrating to hear. Some of you just want me to start from scratch. Say, no, it's not fair. But guys, I've been sharing these things for a while, and I know a lot of you are new, but all I can really say is if you keep tuning into the content, you join the community, and you keep on paying attention to the market, there will be better times to come. And I will probably stop looking for swing longs at some point. It's interesting though, seeing some comments when I am in a swing short, even though I'm more locally bullish. A lot of people will say that I am negative because I want to short the markets, but that's not the case, guys. Shorting isn't negative, longing isn't positive. It just is what it is. And the sooner you can understand that as a trader, that you approach the market just through the lens of probabilities and higher time frame market structure, the better. It's not inherently positive, it's not inherently negative, it just is what it is. Yusuf Geo, what do you think of the weekly bullish divergence almost close to printing? I mean, yeah, it's valid, and that could actually be what sends us higher before dropping lower. The thing with bullish and bearish divergences on the higher time frames, it takes so long to play out. But yeah. Afternoon, bro. Hope you had a great weekend. Purchase Media, thank you very much, man. I had a lovely weekend. Legends, can we just quickly take a moment to admire that Julian Alvarez strike for Argentina? It was late here. I was tired. I played tennis all day. I played football. I wanted to go to sleep. Went into extra time. And then he scores an absolute screamer. Whew. It was impeccable. Parth Bootwalla 9378 asks, what is the line of support at the moment? So this first level that's interesting is the anchored VWAP from the previous low. So that's the low that was established at the beginning of June. We've been in the same range since the beginning of June. We're now going into mid-July. So this, in theory, should act as support. Although you have to understand that the anchored VWAP is less of a, when it comes to actually entering the trade, it's less of an exact entry and rather an estimation. So you could see here, for example, when we had a massive wick lower, I mean, we literally dropped $800 lower before getting a springboard. Then we dropped again, but it tends to provide support. So it's entirely possible that we can hold here. But my very important level that I'm keeping an eye on is right down here. Value area low, local liquidity, and support. Fat Elvis says, patience is such a big part of this game. I miss the big shorts, but patiently waiting to ride the bull up with CBM. Just joined the private group in May. My man. You joined the private group in May. 1 second. When did you join in May? You must have joined when I was, because I entered multiple shorts, right? I entered I entered a smaller short around here as well. So I'm guessing you weren't there by mid-May, right? Any long opportunities now? So let's take a look at the local liquidity and we'll discuss it. We'll discuss it. So let's start on the lower time frames. There are some more shorts in the market starting to pile up, but I want to see this grabbed. I'm hoping for France versus England. Yeah, that should be a good one. Hey, my man, silver looks interesting. I'll take a look at silver. Ton Serve, Trump and Iran are playing with the market sentiments. Strait of Hormuz is closed, it's open. It's closed, it's open. Damn, pick a side, guys. I agree, man. It's pretty crazy. That was actually the intro of my last YouTube video, if you guys didn't watch it. But basically, this comes out. Iran's Speaker of the Parliament releases a statement after Iran shuts down the Strait of Hormuz, saying that the era of one-sided deals is over. Keep your word or pay the price. Reality is knocking. Then, moments after, we see the U.S. Central Command official Twitter account saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open to all vessels seeking to lawfully transit the international waterway, and that U.S. forces are positioned and prepared to ensure that freedom of navigation remains available despite unwarranted aggression. So, it's very, very difficult to know what to believe. All I know is that if you go back and look at the price action of Bitcoin when the war broke out, everyone was freaking out, but ultimately we kept on climbing higher and higher and higher on the news that there was going to be de-escalation. Every time there was de-escalation, we would pop up and we were creating higher highs and higher lows. Then, when we have this 90-day memorandum of understanding, what happens is we just start dumping. So these things are largely priced in, but it has not affected whatsoever how we've been trading in my community. Not at all. I try to give an update on it because I know that some people get very nervous when they see the news like this, but you shouldn't let news like this impact your trading, especially if you are a swing trader as I am. If you're a scalper, then that I understand. It's been pretty difficult to scalp around in this market because maybe on the lower time frames you do get a little bit of a spike to the downside, then a spike back to the upside. But aside from that, hey from Australia, great explanations for newer followers, thanks. Thank you, my man. I'm doing my best. I want to try to make sure that the new people coming to my channel can understand where my head's at and how I trade the market in the simplest way possible. But then I also have more experienced traders that are also part of the community and watching. And honestly, especially if you're trading with a little bit more capital and you're really serious about trading, I would just recommend you join the community. I do have a priority folder on my Telegram where if you're trading with now over $25,000, I add you to that folder, folder 3. If you're trading with over $100,000, I add you to folder 2. And if you're trading with over $500,000, I add you to folder 1, which is basically the order in which I respond to members personally with voice messages, with text messages, if you have any questions or concerns. So if you're already a big trader and you want more of my insights, I'm happy to guide you guys, and you get access to the community, of course. But also, you don't have to join the community if you don't want to. There's no pressure to join. It's where I share my stuff if you want it, but what else do we have here? Trump is a businessman. Whatever he says is according to personal gains. Yamal, if you're trading with $0, then I would recommend you just watch the YouTube content. No, like if you're trading with $0, yeah. Jay Beers, they released a statement saying that Iran is moving nuclear weapons around. Thoughts on Oracle? We could take a look at that later. Macron is an interesting one because do I even have my... I mean, I think it's pretty obvious based on this chart what I'm looking at for Macron. I would love to get a retest from it's anchored VWAP from the pivot low here. I think that this could be very, very interesting for a good swing long. But I have to see the reaction. If I don't see the reaction, I don't trade. If this thing is just free falling from here, then it's done. But I shared this within my group. You guys will know if I take any stock trades as well. The beautiful thing about the platforms that I personally use, you can trade crypto, stocks, everything. So if you're not already on Bluffin, first of all, I don't know what you're doing because I've been talking about them for quite some time. Great exchange. If you can't access it, we have Weeks as an option. And there's also 2-bit BTCC and Kraken too. And if you're already trading on Kraken, it's easy to get you under my referral and then you can join the group. But I'm looking to trade a couple stocks as well if we hit those high interested zones. Can you take a look at Mara? Mara's the Bitcoin miner. Honestly, I'd rather not because look, it's impacted by Bitcoin, right? So usually I try to look at the underlying asset. That's why I rarely look at something like MicroStrategy, because if Bitcoin does well, then MicroStrategy can probably do well as well. And I also don't invest in MicroStrategy because I just think that it makes more sense to own the underlying asset. Same thought process with the miners. The simulation you're talking about in your video is spot on. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Let's see. This would be very, very interesting to me. This is a weekly chart, guys. A lot can happen in between. Please remember that. But if this plays out, I would be shell-shocked. I would be mesmerized. Yeah. Breaking through the point of control, will it hold? Which point of control are you referring to, Dennis Tennis? Oh, yeah, this one. That's true. We are at the point of control, guys. But it's not ideal when you see something like this, where you get the initial hold and then you back test a previous area that managed to gain acceptance above. This shows a little bit more weakness because you popped and then you tapped into the level and then you got rejected. Higher time frame analysis remains the same. Trula 30. Bro, make a video on yourself, how you started, mistakes you made, capital you started with. We will learn a lot from that. Legends, if you want to see a video like that, please let me know in the comment section, in the stream. If that sounds interesting, I'm happy to film it. Because I have personally, I think I said this before on a stream, I have lost hundreds of dollars before making thousands, thousands of dollars before making tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of dollars before making millions. It's a process. And I've always lost along the way on my way up. But the key thing, right, is you want to make sure that your losses are far less significant than your wins. That's how you want to trade this market. Would love to see it. Hey Matt, I know you aren't into indicators as much, but have you ever considered MCB? Not really, man. I haven't. Look, this basically goes for any questions about Sometimes people will say, hey man, like, why aren't you jumping on to Elliott wave theory? Like, why don't you do Elliott waves? And I'm going to give you the most simple answer I've given because I don't need to. If you find a strategy that works, there's no sense in starting to look elsewhere, right? That being said, I'm open to learning and looking at other indicators and things like that. But if I don't need it, why would I flood my mind with what I would consider noise if I have already found something that works? Not saying it doesn't work for you, Mikhail. Of course it can. There's so many different strategies that can work. But when you find something that works, why change it? Why flood your mind with noise? And that's also along the lines of what I've been saying on Twitter, guys. You need to be careful who you're following on Twitter. You know, I see people like this. Ansem. When we're trading at all-time highs next year, remember the people who were bullish at the lows. I could have sworn this guy was bull posting a lot when we were at local tops. And that's why I said, and remember the people who told you to buy every single local top at in this bear market. How many people have said buy the local tops? So be careful who you listen to. I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I will get things wrong, of course. But from a higher time frame structural perspective, we've been pretty damn spot on in this bear market. And I don't just say, hey guys, I think we're topping out here. I actually back it up with my trades, right? So it's one thing to have a thesis, like, for example, maybe the 2018 rally continues to play out. But what's the point if you're not trading it? Right? So anyways, those are just my thoughts. Be careful who you listen to. Be careful what indicators or trading strategies you follow if you already have something that works, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Exactly. Meow. Meow, I'm sorry, I didn't see your comment. Dennis Tennis, maybe you can explain how you recognize tops and bottoms, looking liquidity, volume. Yeah, absolutely, we can talk about that. Basically, to keep it simple, is to look for high confluence zones. So I have a bull market support band here, which is just made up of moving averages. Someone asked me what moving averages. It's made up of the 20-week simple moving average and the 21-week exponential moving average. This, in a bear market, typically acts as resistance, while in a bull market, if you dump into this level, it typically acts as support. Then we try to mark out all-time highs. Previous all-time highs are always crucial levels in the market. And that 200-day moving average at the top. So my view of this potential relief rally has been that even if we come back and retest lower, I think that we can get a move towards this region. It's a pretty big region. I understand that, but that's been my view. And we'll be trading it within the community. Meow00. Someone asks, I wanted to ask how long the fee reduction on Bluffin lasts. So I believe the fee reduction on Bluffin lasts for at least a week or two. But the key thing with that is there's some people that sign up and deposit $100 and then you get the crazy fee reduction of VIP2. Normally, VIP2 requires you to be trading lots and lots of volume and deposit at least $100,000 in capital. So it's just a nice little perk to be able to join. But I would say that the main perk is to be able to get access to the community and you get that deposit bonus as well. When was your last loss? I'll have to go back in my group and check for you guys. Dennis, the community is great. Thank you, my man. I'm glad you like it. Yusuf Geo, I'm not sure what you're saying with the daily red dot printing right now. If we keep at these levels, money flows goes deep into red. That would indicate lower movement to the value area low. See, this is the thing. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have no clue what you're talking about. So just to put it out there. It's funny, there's some people that will ask some very technical questions outside of my area of expertise, and I'm genuinely like, couldn't tell you. I'm not gonna make some shit up. I don't know, right? I don't know. But my base case has always been that having entered a long on Bitcoin in our community, I would only really look to add to the position if Bitcoin drops to around that sub 60K zone. This is very interesting to me. I would love to see all of this grabbed because it coincides with the liquidity, which is very obvious on the charts. It coincides with the value area low of this range, which Yusuf Geo, you were talking about, the range that we've been in since the beginning of June. And it also coincides with this support. It is a crucial support zone that we managed to flip multiple times. So crucial SR zone. Good morning. Core inflation tomorrow, PPI Wednesday. Exactly. We got some pretty interesting data coming out. Smash the like button, King K. Let's get it. Yes, legends, destroy that like button if you haven't already. Yusuf Geo, I really like using money flow divergence indicator plus volume profiles plus fib retracement combos. Such a powerful trio. It sounds like it, man. What did we, for those of you that pay attention and are really locked in, what have I been saying for the past 2 weeks in terms of relief rallies and bear markets? What have I been saying in terms of the structure of relief rallies? How are they? Are they visually appealing? How do they play out usually in a bear market? Do we get that straight upside candle? Or are they ugly AF? Staircase up, choppy AF. Elevator down, choppy and dirty. I like that, J Beers. Choppy and dirty. It's true, man. It's true. It's gonna, the lower we go, the uglier it will get in terms of like the price action that we get to the upside. It's choppy and dirty. They are very much, Mr. Wolf, they are very much hated rallies. But they're hated because at every single occasion, people think that, okay, it's over. And then they start shorting. And then they get wrecked because they didn't short at the proper resistance levels. It definitely ain't clean. That's true, guys. Relief rallies and bear markets are far from clean. We just chop. Oh my God, we're gonna come back down and break the low. Oh my God, we're so back. Oh, we're down. Oh, let's go. Oh, we got rejected. This was a big one right here. Value area high. We got rejected at the value area high after getting that move from value area low to value area high. This is a typical trade setup. When you tap into the value area low, you usually get a movement towards the value area high. We got rejected. Could this be the low? Is it over? Downside price action for days. Even I was already in a short from higher here, and I've made lots of money on the way down, but even I, at around this level, I marked it as a crucial support zone, but I was also open to the idea that maybe we just capitulate further. But what happened? Another crucial hold at the value area low, and boom, way above the value area high of this range. So it's just, it chops you out, chops you up and spits you out. It's a meat grinder. I'm loving these analogies, J-Beer. It is a meat grinder. Ton Serve says that's when the war broke out and Bitcoin pumped to $82,000. Who was in the community for this trade? I'm very curious because I remember we had all the Clarity Act voting. We were watching it live on the stream. Everyone was excited again. Everyone was excited. This was it right here. Clarity Act. I was on the live stream. We had a move up, move up. This was like the big voting. We created lower highs, and right here, as soon as we had the Clarity Act and everyone was getting very, very excited, the voting had concluded. We got a little bit of choppy price action. I told the community members, guys, I'm going short. This is going to be a decent trade. And that's the one I'm still holding as well, which is currently up around 50K. You have to think like a contrarian. Now there will be, I have to say, there will be a moment where it becomes easy mode. And when you see bullish narratives, it will actually be bullish. But right now in a bear market, I think you have to be extra vigilant. Exactly, Dennis Tennis. It was a wild day. It was a wild day. Legends, if you haven't joined, I'm currently in 4 active trades. If you haven't joined the community, I would highly recommend you do so. It's a community where you trade with your own money. You are not paying me to join. I need to remind you of that. If you want to join with Bluffin, you can do so. You get 25% off your trading fees and $500 in bonus. And actually, it's down below me right here. And if you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll be able to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. I'm in 4 trades, and all 4 of these trades, adjustments to the positions, they're shared in the group. Anything that I do in this market, literally anything, is shared in this group. So now we look for a new opportunity. I totally agree. Like I said earlier, I expect some sideways and down action. Let's see what happens at market open. Point of control could give another dead cat bounce. Yeah, Mikal, it's totally possible. Right now, guys, Bitcoin is sitting right at the point of control. And we're also at the anchored VWAP from that first low that we established in June. Market open in 30 minutes, Legends. Archie, no, I don't have a Bybit link to join the community. The reason I don't is because I know a lot of people are not able to access perps on Bybit. So if you're more of a Bybit guy and you don't want to join Bluffin, Weeks, Tube, and BTCC, I have Kraken as a solid option for you. And speaking of which, make sure you're using Kraken Pro, because that's where the trading is done. Legends, we're almost at 20,000 subscribers. Can we hit it today, tomorrow? I think it's possible. We have inflation data, which is usually a pretty good time to go live. So tomorrow I will be doing the inflation live stream. Nihal Kaza, hey Matsir, long time, my man. Very good question, Jero Tillmans. Jero Tillmans asks, am I sure that we hit the 40K region? Because some of you guys have seen this chart. And my answer to that is, honestly, I would give it a 60% chance. The reason, this is the reason why I've been so vocal about accumulating sub 50K, or sorry, sub 60K and starting there. Because really, guys, no one knows. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm just telling you what I think could be happening next. And some of you were frustrated when I posted this chart as well. But I really do think that it's possible. We chop around in a summer low. I think that this pivot here from 2024 is going to be a significant milestone for Bitcoin, 49K. I would say that there's a good probability, particularly if we pay attention to the drawdown from all-time high where we're down around 50% still. I think that this can continue. So yeah, I do. Macau 20, nobody can predict the exact bottom. Correct, man. Absolutely correct. But we will try to do it in my community. I will do my best to see if we can get some nice long setups, some swing longs, and some spot buying, of course. But some community members have already started buying spot at around $57,000, $58,000 because I've been calling for sub 60K for so long. The time to start was then. Now it's about being patient once more, even on a relief rally. Who has the best fees for your affiliates? My best relationship is with Bluffin. So if you're a big trader, I can get you reduced fees on Bluffin. I absolutely can. And reduced fees before these kind of volume requirements kick in, because normally it requires like 50 million in volume a month or 100 million in volume a month. And we have some traders that are very big and they're doing that kind of volume, so they get the reduced fees. But I would say I could probably get the best one on Bluffin if I had to guess. Just based off my relationship with them. $28 World says he bought Bitcoin last bear market at 25K. Whew. Yeah, I bought some at 25K as well. Sub 20K, 25K, all the way up to like 30. Dex87, is the relief rally over? I get happy when I see a question like that because it tells me that maybe the relief rally can continue. So let me just address your thoughts. I think that we could get another bounce, and I think that we can claim these highs. I think so. But if we head lower, I'm looking for a long. I'm very curious. I'm going to put a poll in the community because I want to know if you're start a poll. Are you I'm really curious because I try to give analysis to people that are also investing and not just trading. Although I make most of my money trading. Interesting. We'll let that poll run. We got a lot of traders only, both investor only. Okay. Hey, have you gotten updates on Bluffin? Yusuf Geo, I don't personally have updates on Bluffin. I know that they're doing what they can do. I still trade on there. And if you want more relevant details from that side of things, because I can help out with fees and things like that, but the whole regulation side of thing, I think you should contact their customer support to get a more thorough answer, let's say. J Beers, I think that's a double top on the daily personally. Double top on the daily. Double top on the daily. Let's take a look at it. Ooh, yeah. Looks a little nasty right now. Looks a little nasty with some wicks to the upside, but I don't know, guys. I know this looks scary, but we are ready for either scenario. S&P. So the S&P typically tops out differently than Bitcoin. Bitcoin can get a big push to the upside, bit of volatility, and then we drop. The S&P 500 is a little bit different in the sense of it rarely tops out with just a big strong push up and then just drop immediately. It normally follows some kind of distribution like this. See, it's like chop. Oh, slightly higher high. Oh, all-time high. Oh, all-time high. Oh, almost all-time high. And then you get the move down, right? So that could be what's forming for the stock market. It would not surprise me if we stay like this for a little bit of time until it starts weakening, and then maybe we'll enter a short in the community. But I'm not guys, I'm not someone that bets against the stock market. I hold stocks, and when we're in deep zones, like let's say we were to at some point get back to this 200-day moving average, I would simply buy more. That's it. My stock portfolio strategy is buy and forget. So look, guys, with the stock market, it's like, again, it's very difficult to call tops. But it would not surprise me whatsoever if for example, we come back down and then we make a new all-time high and then we come back down. Like, this takes so long to play out. What we do know is that in midterm years, in the back half of midterm years, the stock market can experience a deeper pullback, and that can coincide with Bitcoin's deeper pullback. So as long as stocks remain structurally elevated, things are looking fine, really. I'm not gonna Michael Burry this and call for the biggest crash you've seen since you were born. It's not like that. So you wouldn't short SFP. I would attempt to short SFP. Short SFP. Short SNP. But I would have to see the momentum fading. So like, see here, and we could short it. We could probably short it in my community altogether when the time comes. But see here, like, you know, you're making a high, a slightly higher high. Then all of a sudden after this one, the structure has started to kind of roll over. That's what I would be looking for. And probably the entry would be down here. But you can see that from here, February, you know, you had to wait a few weeks after you saw this. So what I would be looking at is, because right now maybe, actually, man, maybe. We still have 15 minutes until the stock market opens. Maybe what we're seeing, it kind of looks similar, guys. What am I looking for? Where is it? It should be under chart patterns, cyclic lines, 3 drives. No. Man, where is it? Pitchfork. Bars pattern. Oops. You get what I'm saying? I think that, you know, obviously you have to stretch it. Maybe we're more like here, where basically we're on this last push up and then we have another one afterwards before rolling. But this can take even months to play out. So this is all speculation. I thought it was interesting. I love the music. I'm glad you like the music. Morning, Matt. Last week's bots were insane. Glad to see you back. Glad to see you bounce back stronger. Yeah, guys, I need some help with moderation for sure. Like for example, there's a couple guys on the channel that always tune in, and I know who you guys are. I might actually give you guys moderator access. Just not that you have to come to every live stream, but when you are there, if you see people are spamming and doing stuff, you can help me out and remove them, because that was insane. It was crazy. And it felt like a targeted campaign where basically a gazillion bots came on and just started yelling, "Scammer!" And yeah, I decided, all right, I'm going to end the live stream because I was getting attacked. Glad you guys like the music. Awesome. Noted. Stock market opens soon. It will only get worse, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. Oh, Jay Beers, it was insane, man. They were coming after me. 28 World, I'd be down to be a moderator. All right, man. I'll give you the moderator role right now. I was thinking Jay Beers as well. I can give you Alejandro as well. Someone's asking about Dex. Alejandro is asking about Dex. I think someone else also. I think your name was Voya on Telegram. You messaged me about it. Yeah, Dex is kind of dumping. Can review and remove chats and hide or put users in timeouts. Sounds good. All right, Jay Beers, I added you right now. So we have a lot of traders, only traders on the channel, and not that many investors. Where are you? What's going on? Oh my gosh. So buggy. All right, Jay Beers, you're now a moderator for a bit. I'm a regular watcher since I found your channel. Awesome, man. Thank you. Yeah, that's part and parcel. Yeah, 100%. But I think it's because the channel is getting a little bit bigger that now we're going to probably start getting targeted. So Bitcoin is currently still at its point of control here. I would much prefer to see us either hold here, tap into the anchored VWAP, or make it all the way down to 60K. This is, I would really like 60K. Matt, pump or dump today? Our life is a miracle. So in my latest YouTube video, I actually talked about the fact that I think that this week could be red for Bitcoin. Yes, you heard that right. So despite me having a bit more of a bullish view for the next, I say for the summer relief rally, I've been a little bit more bearish. Yeah, Hamed Saloom, me too. I agree. I'd be honored to moderate, brother. All right, man. My man. I know you're part of my priority folder as well, bro. So yeah, no stress. There you go. Yeah, guys, you don't have to do anything. It's just if the bots come, it's very helpful to have some people. Our life is a miracle. So did you close your long? Of course not, guys. Legends, my long is still open. If you were in the community, we entered the long at $58,000. That's the beauty of getting such great entries from a swing trading perspective. Because now I can sit on my behind and watch the market do its thing. I took $31,000 profit on this trade, and I'm willing to add to the position at 60K. So that's what I'm looking at. Jay Keys, I thought you liked talking to the haters. I do, but when 18 of them start spamming the chat, even with slow mode on, and they take over what I'm reading, it makes a big impact on the live stream. And I think it ruins the experience for everyone. So just important that we have some people, some members, some legends that can help out. So no, I didn't close my long, guys. I did not close my long. Look, the long is still open. Nuking. Have you accidentally closed a trade before, or do you have a 2-button press to be safe? I mean, I've accidentally closed a trade. Yeah, before, yes, of course I have. But recently, no. Like probably a year ago. Yusuf Geo, my man, you're writing the same thing often. I don't have any comment on that, to be honest. If you want to join Weeks or any other platforms, we have them down below, my man. It's totally up to you. I trust Bluffin. That's all I'm going to say. I trade on Bluffin, guys. I have most of my capital on Bluffin. So, most of my trading capital. Francisco Pianist. I wouldn't say nuking. We could have a bit of a pump before the 60K. Yes, I agree. I agree. Guys, it's going to be very, very ugly in my opinion. Very ugly. Someone said... Someone has a long from 80K? That makes me... If you've been longing Bitcoin since 80K, that makes me very sad. I'm going to be honest. Especially our life is a miracle here. Because I know our life is a miracle that you've been tuning into the channel. Because I've seen your comments before. So I don't know where you got the idea for a long there. And it didn't get invalidated. I hope you're out of that position. Luke TV. Sorry guys, I sometimes use some English slang. What I mean by ugly in terms of Bitcoin is, I mean that if we are to get more upside, it's likely going to be very choppy, bouncing around. It's just not going to be a great environment for both sides of the market. That's why it's going to make sense to look for swinging opportunities, and ideally you get very favorable price action to the point where you can just sit comfy in your positions. Like right now I have my long open from $58,000 and I have shorts open from 81.5K. So you want to get into very, very good trades and then ideally hold them with favorable price action. Ugly basically just means even if we do go up, it's going to be like very, very choppy, shaking out a lot of traders. Maybe the chart even goes backwards a little bit. It's just not going to be pretty. Pretty would be like a nice move to the upside like that, which we don't usually get unless it's the start of a bull market or we've established a very, very significant low for multiple months. Hey, is Kraken trustworthy? UTOP24, absolutely. Absolutely. I wouldn't partner with them if they're not trustworthy. So you can join Kraken Pro with the links in the description down below, and you get access to my community if you decide to do so. You just have to sign up and then DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group where I share all of my own trades and my overall market analysis if you want to take part in that group. You're trading with your own money. Some people have $100,000 on Bluffin. Some people have $500. Some people have $1 million. Some people have $10, right? On Kraken, same thing. I know a lot of traders now are trading with a few $100,000 on Kraken too. So I have these exchange partners for you. You're trading with your own money. And if you are trading with your own money on any of these platforms, you can join my group. It's where I share the 4 trades, for example, that I'm still currently in, and I'm looking to take on a new trade. That's always shared within my group. First and foremost, my group is my priority. And smash that like button if you haven't already. I think we're going to have some interesting price action. Our thesis has very much been that we could have a red week for Bitcoin. Our life is a miracle. Please explain how it is possible to get a 58K entry on your long. Was that a market order? That was an epic entry. Legends. I don't know if I ever shared this with you, but I rarely have limit orders on my longs. I would say 95% of the time, it's a market order. 98% of the time, it's a market order. So that's how I got that entry. Basically, Bitcoin dumped into the 2024 value area low. And as soon as we dumped, on the lower time frames, this was starting to look like a very, very good entry, keeping in mind that we had the 2018 summer relief rally scenario on our at the top of mind. So yeah, it was a market order. Absolutely was. And as soon as I take it, boom, I share it in the group right away. There was even a chance to re-enter lower because we dropped to below my entry after we had a move to the upside. But now it's great to just be patient, right? And I want to add to my long while I hold my shorts. That really surprises me a lot. The really high level trade is a very organized with limit orders. Yes and no, because the thing with market order is you can decide whether you enter the trade and then you can close it out if, for example, an invalidation is hit on the lower time frames. Limit order is like you're basically fully committed to adding to your position, because some people put a bunch of different limit orders. And then what happens is if the price continues to drop, well, it's like you've been filled 100% of what you wanted to be filled, and then the trade is just invalidated. So I like the flexibility of doing market order. Now, when it comes to limit order for spot, yeah, that's totally fine. If you plan on buying and holding Bitcoin long term, that is totally fine. Stock market opens in 2 minutes. And thankfully, I noticed that my computer wasn't charging because I need to plug that in badly. Jay Beers, the only way, man, I'm able to be tactical in the moment is to be mentally prepared for that entry, right? So if I know that 58K is going to be a pretty interesting zone, I'm like ready to execute once it hits. Okay. Stock market is open. Stock market is open. Now let's see what happens with Bitcoin. We're currently at the point of control of this range. I may look for a cheeky little scalp on the stream today. I think it could be fun. But I do think that this weekly candle can be read for Bitcoin. And I'll explain why in the stream as well. If you haven't watched my latest YouTube video yesterday, I explained it, but I think it's going to be interesting here. So long and shorts as well. 95% of your entries are market. I do market orders, yeah. A ton serve, I mean scalp long. A lot of the times when you dump before the market opens, you get a decent reaction to the upside before continuation lower as soon as the market opens. So now we see. So I would be willing to take a scalp on today's stream if we get a good sweep of 62.3. That's kind of what I'm looking at here. And please remember, if you're new to the stream, I am a swing trader, right? So I do a couple of scalps sometimes on the streams, but I have currently my 4 positions are up hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm just trying to entertain this price action here. Let's see. Wood 3, good afternoon, legends. Good afternoon, my man. My next big swing trade, as always, will be shared within the community. It is a community where you trade with your own money. You do not pay me. You sign up with any of these links down below and you start trading on there as you normally do, and you're good to go. And actually, if you're trading on BTCC or Kraken, you don't need a new account. You can keep those accounts and we can transfer you under my referral. Just DM me on Telegram, DM me that keyword BTC if you want to join, and I'm happy to sort that out for you. Nice little move up here. Long is still looking good, but I want lower for me to consider adding. Dunlop Gregory, I am part of your private group. Really appreciate your live shows and alpha. My man, hope you're enjoying the group so far. Yeah, interesting. I have an account with Kraken, so if I deposit 500 in it, I'm good to join the community. Jay Beers, it's totally up to you, but the thing I will say is if you're trading with more capital elsewhere and you don't make any of these like your main trading account and you're not an active trader on Kraken and you just deposit the minimum, the way that the group is structured is I have a bot that basically kicks people out if they're not actively trading. I'm just keeping it transparent with you. Because some people have tried to join the community, they deposit a minimum, and then they're trading elsewhere, and they just don't even touch their account just to join the community. That's not the point, right? So if you prefer trading elsewhere and I don't have the option, then I'd recommend, man, you just stick to the YouTube channel. But if you're happy to use Kraken as your go-to trading exchange, then yeah, you're good to go, man. Am I still in my Tau short? Am I still in my Tau short? Yes, guys, I am still shorting Tau. So you can see here, this trade is currently up around $90,000, almost 100K. But I'm holding this one. My stop loss is at break even. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. This trade was also shared in the community. So Bitcoin is getting a little move up. I would be interested on the live stream to potentially take a scalp from 62.3. I also have my 2-bit so we swept this low twice. How many trades do you need to make in order to not get kicked out? It's not based on trade. It's like, because look, if you've been in my community for a while, you know that sometimes there's like a week there where I don't take a trade because I'm in 4 active big swing trades. So there's no reason for me to take a trade. It's just about being active in the sense of you make it your main trading account, and that's it, right? I will never force anyone to trade. Like, that's so stupid, and it's against everything that I stand for. How many times have you heard me say, guys, just be patient trading this market? That's not the point. That's not the point. PGASIT4247. That is also valid, and I've been perfectly transparent about that too, guys. I earn a tiny percentage of fees from the trading platforms. You can see here, guys, we have the disclaimer in the description down below. I have nothing to hide, right? It's all there, right? Now, let's see if we can tap into that level, because we're getting a little bit of a rejection back at 62.6, and I may look to enter along here. Let's see. I am long since 62.35. Ooh, zero. That's a good question. We got SpaceX as well, yeah? Woof. Very interesting, guys. SpaceX is dumping. Are you gonna long SpaceX at 135? Okay, we got a drop. Big dump. How's the CVD looking? We also have this low. Yeah, no reclaim, no trade. Because that's a pretty ugly 15-minute candle, right? Yeah. No reclaim, no trade. No reclaim, no trade. Sorry, guys. All right. No reclaim, no trade. No reclaim, no trade. Oh. Nah. Now we see. We close the 15 below, right? So right now I'm in my shorts, but I'm looking for a little scalparoo here. Legends, my big swing trades, as always, the ones that you see here, where I'm up multiple six figures, those bigger ones, the more serious ones, not the scalps that I take on the live stream, are shared in my group. If you want to join, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. All you have to do is sign up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you start trading on there as you normally do. Bluffin is my go-to. I also use Weeks. You can see Weeks, I have my long open, my short open. Bluffin, I have my big shorts open. And right now I'm actually on 2-bit looking to just take this scalp here. But let's see. Because we had a 15-minute candle close below, I'd rather not enter here. And now I will basically look to enter at 61.7. So we have to drop a little bit further. Unless we get a big sweep down, say to 62. Right now we are on the lower time frames. Let's see. Let's see. But as a swing trader, the main level that I am eyeing is 60K to add to my existing long, which we entered in the community at $58,000. My apologies. Someone asked me about my take profit for Tau because it's holding strong at 200. I've already taken a lot of profits off of Tau, guys. Look, my Tau position, I've realized $63,000 in profit. My entry on this trade was 285, and the logic behind the trade was quite simple. Look, I mean, lower highs, that's it. So we entered right around here, and I've taken significant profits. My next take profit for Tau would be 185. So basically this wick down below here. Otherwise, my stop loss is at break even, and worst case scenario, I've made 60 grand on that trade. But see what I mean? We got the 15-minute candle close below 62.3, and therefore I'm not super eager to get in unless we can drop a little bit further. Then we see. Remember, this is just a scalp. It would be a way smaller position compared to my other positions in this market. Corwin asks me, why isn't Bluffin on the list anymore? Corwin, my man. Bluffin is my #1 exchange. What do you mean? Look, it's because of the bonus. $500 bonus exclusively on Bluffin. #2 in my description. It's under my community link. So Bluffin is my go-to, guys. But I have other options: Kraken, BTCC, 2-bit weeks. And actually, if you're already trading on Kraken, you don't have to make a new account. We can transfer you under my referral on BTCC and Kraken, and that makes it even easier for you to just not have to change anything. Let's see. J Beers, please do little more scalps live, even if they're just tiny moves. Look, I'm happy to do them, but the thing with scalps, in my opinion, is I think maybe it's more entertaining for people, but I make 10x more money swing trading than scalping. Scalping should be seen as something that's just fun. We're trying here to push up. We have some local liquidity here. I like this cluster down here. Legends, if you haven't already, destroy that like button. 388 watching, 164 likes. That's some crazy work, guys. That's crazy. If you haven't already. So the Bitcoin spot ETFs, we did see some more outflows. So you're starting to notice a little bit of a change in trend. And this is also what I wanted to point out in today's live stream. The Coinbase Premium Index, guys, yes, we had a little bit of dumpage, but overall, since the end of June, it's been slowly trending upwards, meaning that the selling pressure is less severe. But if this starts making lower lows, then we're in trouble. We are dumping, so I'm very glad I didn't enter long. I'm long from 58K. Now we see. This is a big move down. Wow. But see, for me, I'm a swing trader, right? But the first sign was the fact that you'll notice at this pivot, we just got the close below the level, meaning that this could continue lower in most cases. It's all about probabilities, right? Sometimes it moves lower, sometimes it pops back up. But my rule of thumb is like once the candle body actually closes below the level, it suggests that we can get a wick at least down, even if we are to pop up from here. So I'd rather wait, right? I just feel like scalping is foundational even to gaining entries on bigger swings. I did start my trading journey with smaller, more frequent scalps, but I love swing trading, man. It's just great. So let's see. Is there news coming out, guys? We know that the straight is, we're seeing some volatility. I love this, by the way. Duplicate. Trump said they held an 11-hour meeting yesterday. We continue to assert our authority and control over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. So, very interesting to see that most of you guys are both, but there's a lot of traders only. So I try to assess the market to cover both. My big swing trades are as such shared within the community as always. But now Bitcoin is at an important level, which is actually the anchored VWAP. But remember, we can get some moves below the level. It's not an exact, okay, we hit the level, therefore long. But this could make the case. Yeah, the issue here, guys, is this 64.7K level did not get tapped into. It was ever so slightly lower, meaning we could be trying to create a lower low here. But anyways, you know where I want to go for a swing long. My real idea is down here, if we can make it there. That's where I would add, I would compound to my my long. maybe there would be no relief rally this year. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but we went from 58K all the way up to almost $65,000. That's a $7,000 move. It's not the greatest relief rally, but it's still something. And to go on the record, I want to say that I still think that this doesn't have to be the end. Happy with the shorts, positioned very, very well for more downside, but I am still more locally here thinking that we can get a more significant move. Rick Ty, first TP on my short hit while I took 50% profits and closed a scalp long. That feels good, guys. Rick Ty, you are a legend, man. Congratulations. Now, we really see what Bitcoin is made of. Rick Ty, I am your student, bro. That makes me very happy. Dutch G8916 asks, what would be a good price point for a first investment in Bitcoin? First and foremost, guys, please remember that I am not a financial advisor. Nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I have all the disclaimers in the description down below. I'm literally, quite literally, just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. Now that I got that out of the way, if you've been tuning into the channel for months, we talked about the fact that starting to slowly DCA into Bitcoin sub $60,000 was a great idea. I have community members, and by the way, if you guys aren't in the community members, if you aren't part of the community, I would highly recommend you join. It's pretty easy to join. It's down below. But I have some community members that reached out to me saying, hey man, I bought some Bitcoin sub $60,000. Things are still looking good for continuation lower, but I wanted some exposure. Because at the end of the day, no one really knows what the bear market low can be. My trajectory is something along these lines. And actually, if we follow the 2018 scenario, this week for Bitcoin should be red. I'm not a fortune teller, I'm just sharing with you what the charts say. And if we do follow the 2018 scenario, this week can be red for Bitcoin before potential continuation higher. And then we drop even further. But like I said, we're so well positioned in the community that if Bitcoin just dumps from here, this 600K trade will probably turn into a $700,000, maybe even $800,000 trade. This is the most profit I've made on a single trade in my entire life. So I'm open to all possibilities, but based on what I'm seeing, this looks eerily similar to what happened in 2018. It looks very similar. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there's multiple scenarios that can play out for Bitcoin and bear markets. So I think it's important that we understand all of them. The first one is what happened in 2022. What is going on with this chart, man? So, oh, this is Bybit, that's why. Stock market getting a little move up here. This one. So, 2018, just to sorry, 2022, just to remind you guys. What happened was we dumped into the summer. We had a pretty big move down. This was the low that we established at the beginning of the year. And we dumped way past that low. And then by mid-June, starting in mid-June, we had a very nice relief rally, which was approximately 42.5%. However, what we're seeing with today's price action, to me, screams 2018 more than 2022. And it's quite simple. We create the low at the beginning of the year, and you'll have to forgive me because you've probably heard me say this time and time again if you've been watching the live streams and the content, but I see a lot of new people are joining, so I want to share why I think the way I think. You have the low at the beginning of the year, you sweep that low, and in this scenario, where the low was established at $5,900, then we had a new low at $5,700. We had 2 green weekly candles in a row before a little bit of a drop in the following week, and then an explosion to the upside towards the 200-day moving average. In our case here, keep those numbers in mind, $5,900 and $5,700. Today's price action is basically a 10x. So at the beginning of the year, we had that low at $59,000. Then more recently, we had a low at $57,000, literally 10x from 2018. And so far, one green weekly candle, the second green weekly candle, which was last week, just about closed green, but importantly closed above the 200-day moving average, which is this blue line here below, where the price is currently below now. And in theory, this weekly candle could be red before popping higher. That's currently what I'm gunning for until it's invalidated. Either way, I'm ready for any scenario. And yeah, that's currently what I'm looking at. But the idea, Dutch 8916, the idea here is don't get too picky with your accumulation. If you're actually a serious investor in Bitcoin, don't be too picky, man. Just get it in deep value zones when people are overly bearish. For example, here, that was a good time to get it sub 60K. Even though I think that we can, chop around and go lower, understand that it doesn't have to happen. Probabilities would also favor us moving lower to create a more significant low this year because of the fact that we have never bottomed out 50% from all-time highs. We have these diminishing drawdowns. So every cycle from bull market top to bear market bottom, it gets less and less severe, but it's usually only a difference of, call it like 7%. First cycle 93, then we're talking about an 85% drawdown, 84% drawdown, 77% drawdown, and now 50%. I think a 27% drawdown is 27% difference in drawdown is a little bit too significant, even though we went as low as like 53%. I think we bottom out somewhere between 60 to 70% from the all-time high. So what that looks like is even if we are to get a relief rally, and now I'm strictly talking higher time frame, even if we are to get a relief rally, I think that what we could be seeing is something along these lines, which would coincide perfectly almost with that 2024 summer low. This is a level that is going to be very pivotal. Remember, we had that weekly, I remember seeing this price action live into the weekly close, a massive wick down, and it got bought up almost immediately, and that marked the pivot low for continuation higher in the bull market. So in bear markets, what usually happens is you have this slow grinding price action before dropping further, in otherwise known as staircase up, elevator down. In bull markets, it's the opposite, where you grind down and you take the elevator up. You grind down and you take the elevator up. Especially over here, grinding down and boom, take the elevator up. And the crazy part is it always happens, the elevator up is called elevator up because not only is it just straight up, which you can see with the candles, but it happens in half the time. So like from here to here, this chopping price action for Bitcoin, we chopped for 217 days. And then the explosive move up occurred in less than half the time. So that's the same thing. The opposite is true in the bear market. We have this choppy price action to the upside for, this was 2 months. And then in half the time, we create a new low. Less than a month. So that's what you want to pay attention to. The structure will change, and my strategy in this market will be no longer looking for swing shorting opportunities on relief rallies. That I've been very vocal about. I've been very, very vocal about. Every single relief rally we've been shorting in the community down below. So if you want to join and know what I'm doing in the market as a swing trader, because these little scalps that I eye on the live streams, it's not my main trading strategy. I take on maybe a couple of small positions, but for the most part, I'm a swing trader. You know where to find me, guys. I'll keep doing the YouTube videos, the YouTube updates and stuff like that as well if you don't want to join, but my exact entries and how I operate in this market, if things change with my positions, I update my group first, always. But that's my thought process. I don't really think that there's a ton more to understand, really. I think it makes sense. I mean, obviously I think it makes sense, otherwise I wouldn't be sharing it with you. But yeah, otherwise we're patient. We get good long entries and we look to re-enter at lower levels. And on the live streams, let's see if we can play a couple scalps here and there. But right now, we've had the 1 hour candle close now closing below the level. Even though it's wiki, 1 hour candle close below the level tells me maybe we pop lower. But let's see. Maybe we get another SFP. Someone said, Shivam rocking. Good morning, my man. Good morning. I hope you're well. Anyone going to the ITC event in November? I am not. But I could see a scenario where the bear market bottom is in before November. In fact, I think it's probably a 60% chance. SpaceX. Someone's asking about SpaceX. I made good money on my SpaceX long when we launched, and then I was no longer in the trade. Cali Compiler says, can I ask where you got your technical training or self-taught mostly? Mostly self-taught, but I watched a lot of YouTube videos when I first started learning the basics of trading. but I've started, like, it's been almost a decade now, right? I've had some significant losses along the way, obviously. And I think it would be a really good idea to make a video explaining where I'm from, how I got to where I am, the losses I incurred along the way, the big wins, the highs, the lows. It could be a little bit of a different YouTube video. And you guys have asked for this for quite some time. I just need to make the time to actually film it. But yeah, it could be interesting, I think. King K says local bearish CVD divergence. King K knows. It looks like we could be getting that local CVD bearish divergence. Legends, this tool is also accessible to you in the description down below. But, yep. If you take a look at the Bybit USD, no. Binance USD, yes. Because you can see that we're basically forming up there. I need to change my pen color. J Beers, outside looking, it looks like you have a very sugar-coated life, but it's not like that, and I think we need to see the other side of it as well. Okay, so I will say, for full transparency, guys, I'm very fortunate, and I've gotten to the point where I can create this sugar-coated life that you see. So right now, I would say that, yeah, I'm very fortunate to be doing what I'm doing. I love live streaming with you guys. I love trading the market. It's how I make my money as a swing trader. But it wasn't sugar-coated before. But that's the idea behind why you get into trading in the first place. It's not, of course, money, of course. But once you've solved for money, it's about time freedom. What can you do to spend that money to buy your time back? That's how I view making money. And what I mean by this is I can do what I want when I want. Genuinely. I'm on the live streams because I want to be here with you. So, like, for example, if there was a World Cup game on now that I really wanted to watch, I'd say, sorry guys, I'm leaving. That's the point of trading. You're able to do what you want when you want. But it takes a while to get there, and most people just give up. Most people give up after a year or two or even a few months. They have some bad losses, and then that's that. They give up. So now we're getting that bounce from the anchored VWAP. Look at that. Wow, wow. 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 All right, guys. Now we dump. If we hold, we hold, but there's some selling pressure here. Did Trump tweet something? Of course he did. This, and again, legends. This is one of the main reasons why I prefer swing trading, because Trump says something, or Iran says something, or there's some news that comes out. As a scalper, you can get stopped out so easily. As a swing trader, it's much more difficult because even with these lower time frame moves, the market structure still remains intact. What did he say? But it looks okay, actually. We're getting a nice reaction here. We're getting a nice reaction. When you dump and get bought up like that, it's okay. Nice. Nice. This is a good reaction, guys. This is a good reaction. I think a lot of shorts jumped into the market. This is a pretty good reaction if we can hold like this. Let's see. Let's see how this closes. But that's actually pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Very nice if we manage to hold above 62,300. Wow. What is this volatility, guys? Now we're having some fun with it. We're in the long. But I still want lower to add to my long. Macau20 said he took a scalp long. Legend. Legend. So the only thing is you want to be careful with these 4-hour candles as well. That's why I like the swings, because if the 4-hour candle closes like this, very easy for us to pop back down. But from an SFP standpoint, if you're playing the 5-10 minute chart, yeah, that's fine. Remember what we discussed. This weekly candle can be red, even if we are to get continuation higher. $60.5K looks juicy. I completely agree, guys. In my community, I'm probably going to take on a new trade if we do hit those levels. If you want to join, you know where to find me, guys. All the links in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join my private group. 25% off trading fees as well, and $500 bonus on bluffing if you're interested in trading on there. It's my go-to platform. Let's see how the 15-minute closes. I would highly recommend you guys check out the community if you're an active crypto trader, especially if you're a swing trader. Legends, there's nothing to lose by joining, really. Ba, 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 ba. Looks okay, guys. Rick Tai is in the scalp long, right? Rick Tai is in the scalp long. $62.3 is a good pivot zone. Someone wants me to look at gold. Let's look at gold. Looks nice. I posted 3 trades that I'd be willing to take in my group. Bitcoin, gold, and Macron. They still haven't hit the levels I'm looking for. But yeah. Guys, if gold dumps, silver likely dumps as well, right? That's just, I'm no expert, but if Bitcoin dumps, Ethereum dumps too. Same case. Rick Tai, actually, I was just starting to watch a nice movie, but then you live streamed. Been stuck here. Too nice to miss. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Right now, we're getting a very nice move, actually locally. So this is trying to prove that 62.3 is support, right? So I'm still in the long. Could have been a cheeky SFP here, but we're popping. We are popping. We are long and strong right now. But this is going to be, I think this is going to be ugly in the sense of it's not really clean price action. It could chop out both sides. Go on, Bitcoin. Go on. "28 World says gold is an automatic buy under 4K. It's possible. I'll be definitely sharing a gold trade in the community, especially if we hit some of the levels that we've been discussing. Right now, we're trying on Bitcoin to hold that anchored VWAP. But keep in mind, there's still 30 minutes left for the 1 hour candle. Let's see how this plays out. I'm in my long. I'm in my shorts. I did not add to my long here. As a swing trader, what I'm looking for, to remind you, is still down here. And actually, let's take a look at the liquidity. I think we got some, maybe we play around with these shorts. We grab this short liquidity perhaps. There's a lot of long liquidity too. More longs on the 30-day. More shorts on the 90-day. More shorts on the 180-day. I want to see this claimed. But hey, no complaints here. No complaints here. This is a nice move by Bitcoin. Hi, Matsur. What's the maximum time frame you would leave a scalp position open for? Henry, that's a very good question, but the thing is, it really depends how you want to play it. Some scalpers will literally just, they have their entry, they have their target, and that's it. And once the target is hit, they're out of the trade, or once their stop loss is hit, they're out of the trade. Other scalpers that I know will take a scalp and see if it can turn into a swing trade. So I've done this before, but it really depends on what kind of trader you are. Bitcoin heard the music. Yes, sir. I'm probably gonna take a new long at some point in the community. Legends, if you want to join the community, remember, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. Very easy to join. As long as you're trading on any of these platforms below, you're good to go. Just sign up, and that's that. You're trading with your own money. You're not paying me to join. Now we go. Trula30 says, you think tomorrow's inflation data will remain high due to oil still being up, while making the inflation above the Fed target? I don't know. I'm not into guessing what's going to happen, but we will be doing a live stream tomorrow for the inflation data. Here we go again. So, President Trump says the U.S. is reinstating its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz for Iranian ships and customers. Trump says the U.S. will now be known as the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz and will be reimbursed at a rate of 20% on all cargo shipped. It appears the U.S. is now imposing a blockade and fees to transit the Strait of Hormuz. What are we meant to believe here, guys? Well, as you guys know, I live in Dubai, so here the UAE is planning to build a new port and container terminal on the country's east coast to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Details include Dubai's DP World is in talks to develop a new multipurpose port in the coastal area of Fujairah. The new project would allow containers to enter and leave the country without having to pass the Strait of Hormuz. Shipments would then be moved on trucks overland to Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and neighboring Gulf countries. Pretty interesting. The Iran war continues to reshape global trade. Very nice, Bitcoin. Very, very nice. Now we're entering potential local resistance. 62.6. Oh, it's so sensitive. Divi Yank says, Matt, I missed the 58K entry. What's a good place to long Bitcoin? Divi Yank, I've seen you on the live streams a lot, and I'm disappointed that you don't know the answer to that question. Can anyone tell Divi Yank where I would consider adding to my long, or where I think could be a pretty decent opportunity to long Bitcoin for a swing long, not a scalp? Let's see if people were paying attention, because I've been so vocal about this. Everyone that said 60 and 59, exactly. And I can explain the logic again if you want. No worries. The reason why I think that that zone is important is because It's the point of control of the range that we've been in since June, guys. And when we hit these point of controls, we tend to get very significant bounces. Relief rallies are ugly for Bitcoin. They are. In bear markets, they are ugly. And so I don't think that it's impossible for us to come back down here. Plus, we have this support. Plus, we have a lot of local liquidity right up until that level. I'd like to see a sweep of 59.9, call it 60, but a sweep of the level would be ideal. And that's where I would consider adding to my longs as soon as this liquidity is grabbed. That's what I think could play out. I think people would get overly bearish if that happened. And I think that the 2018 relief rally scenario would probably continue. 2 green weekly candles like we saw in 2018. Then this week could in theory be red. Then we pop up. That's what I'm gunning for, guys. So let's see how this plays out in the lower time frames. If we don't get the retest of 60, I'm going to stay in my position that was shared in the group, guys. So this trade, as well as all my big trades in this market, also particularly when I'm going to add to my existing swing short, I think some of you are probably very interested in that, shared in my group. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. The way it works is, so long as you're trading on any of these platforms below, you can get access to the group. It's where I share all of my own personal stuff in this market. Yeah, that's it. You're not paying me to join. You're trading with your own money. The value area low, exactly. It's the value area low. Here we're experiencing a little bit of local resistance at $62,600. So we shall see if this can continue. Chat is active today. Yes, it is. Speaking of active, if you haven't already, destroy that like button. We're sitting at 224 likes, 400 people watching. I think we can ramp it up a bit. This weekly candle can be red with continuation higher afterwards. Let's see. We got a bit of a dumpy start to the week. It's Monday. We're going to establish a little bit of a Monday range. We're holding right now just above the anchored VWAP from the previous low here. So that's that. Rick Ty, how high do I think Bitcoin can go right now? What I will say is if Bitcoin makes it above back above $63,200, the probabilities favor that it gets a big sweep and that it will likely grab the upside liquidity up to 65 before anything, if we can make it up there. So that should be interesting. Dunlop Gregory says he's taken the scalp long. Absolutely amazing, my man. Morning all. Day Mike no. Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We've been at it for just 2.5 hours. I think that this is going to be a tricky zone for us to break past, to be honest. We had some potential local bearish CVD divergence. Maybe I take a cheeky short. Because we have, from this low, we've created higher highs on Bybit US dollar tether and Binance USD. Those of you asking about CVD, take a screenshot of this chart. Matt versus the stream. Let's see it. I know some people are in scalp longs. Thoughts on Oracle? Eesh. I don't know. Looks pretty dumpy to me. We're currently below the 200-week moving average, which you can see historically tries to hold as support. So we can just get a fake out, but we're below it. Doesn't look too strong, to be honest. Yeah, my next big trade is going to be in the community. First link in the description down below if you guys want to join. Right now, I'm being patient with this. We wicked into the anchored VWAP, which is positive. Looks like we're trying to hold, at least temporarily. What are your thoughts on Ansem? It's gonna be a shit. It's a shit coin, guys. You're asking my thoughts on a shitcoin. It's an absolute garbage coin. Shitcoin. If it was the relief to 70K, making 62K low that is higher than 61K would be a good price of nature. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you suggesting maybe 61.5 is like a higher low? Aurelius, no, I don't hold physical silver. Hi, I'm new to the channel. You do just trading, or you also buy and hold Bitcoin and ETH? I do both. Welcome to the channel, chilling in the zone. Matt, who you got, England versus Argentina? I don't know, guys. That's such a difficult question. It feels like England have really grown into the tournament. And Argentina seem to always get it done. So it's going to be very interesting. I mean, Argentina are the current world champions, right? But imagine it's just another France-Argentina final. Look, that final was insane. Revenge for France. I don't know. Thoughts on gold? We already covered gold. My thoughts on gold are I'd like to see us sweep lower to enter a potential swing long. This is shared within my community legends. If you want to see all my trades and how I've been operating in this market on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis as a swing trader, you have the first link in the description down below. But I would like to see gold actually drop below $4,000. In fact, I would like to see us get a little bit of a drop here. Something like this. Because you tend to always get reactions from these pivots. So this is a good, it might be a good trading setup if we get the price action that I'm looking for. For example, when we swept 4,100, we swept it and then we popped right back up to prior resistance. So even if this isn't like a big continuation higher, I would imagine that we're going to get at least some form of reaction from around 3,886. That's what I'm looking at. But whenever I take a trade, like these 4 big swing trades that you're seeing that I've been holding for a little bit of time now, all shared within the community legends. You know where to find me. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group where I share all of my trades and my overall market analysis. There is money to be made, and you're trading with your own money. You're not paying me to join these groups. That's not how it works. Join this group, I should say. Let's see, guys. If this is a higher high, then the local bearish CVD divergence is invalidated. But the price has to break above 62.7. So above here. The bearish CVD divergence is invalidated if we break above here. Fierce Wall asks me, this might sound too stupid, but how are you able to short and long Bitcoin in the same exchange simultaneously? That's not a stupid question. I think a lot of people have that question. I'll explain it, no worries. So the way that it works, there's some exchanges you need to activate hedge mode, some exchanges you don't. With weeks, the way that it works is, and let me just explain my logic while I'm explaining how you do this. I entered a Bitcoin short at when we had the Clarity Act pump. Everyone was very bullish. We entered on this triple topping pattern. Very nice to see. We entered right here, basically at the Pico top in the community. And as it's dumping, I took profits on the way down. So you can see here I've secured around 31K on my Bitcoin shorts. And once we tapped into $58,100, you can actually enter a new long position. And that's what I did. So I entered a new long at 58,100, but I don't think that the extent of this pump will take us up to my average entry of $81,500. In fact, I don't think that $57,000 was the bear market low. And if that's how I think, it basically just means that I can take advantage of the bounce, make money on the bounce, and then add to my shorts once we're ready to roll over. And you can do that on most exchanges nowadays. Weeks, I don't think I had to activate anything. I can go long and short at the same time. On Bluffin, you have to activate hedge mode, which unfortunately I did not activate before I took these trades. You have to activate it before you take the trades, because if you want to activate it now, I have to close my trades. And now this is my biggest position that I've been in for quite some time, $600,000 in profit shorting Bitcoin. I want to add to this short if possible, but I'm not going to be longing because it would basically close this short. So the way to get hedge mode on Bluffin is you go up here, position mode, you can click hedge mode. I can't do anything about it because I'm already in my shorts. I'd have to close my positions. On weeks, I think it's already automatically activated, although I could be wrong. I don't remember if I had to turn it on here. So hope I've explained myself. Yeah, all these trades that you're seeing here, guys, were shared within the community as well. When I go long, when I go short, it's all on there. Aurelius says, listen to Tobias Melbourne House Set. I have no issue listening to anything that isn't copyrighted. If that's copyrighted, then I cannot listen to it because my stream will get striked. England versus FIFA. UTOP 24, see you then. Which hardware wallet do you use? I have a bunch of them for maximum security. Let's see if the bearish CVD divergence is invalidated. It looks like it could be. If we pop up here, it's invalidated and Bitcoin can climb higher. Getting close. There you go. There you go. TP hit, Macau. Congratulations, my man. Very nice. Darren Mitchell says Crypto Clarity Act in 4 days. That could potentially push Bitcoin to 70K, 70 to 75K, then roll over. What is in 4 days exactly? Like when you say Crypto Clarity Act, like the actual confirmation of it, or? This is very nice though to see. When you get a long wick like this, it does signal a potential reversal in the markets. Still red on the week so far. Manly's Barbecue hit TP as well. Feels good. Absolutely awesome trade, guys. Awesome. Hey, Macau20, I'll give you moderator and Rick Ty. I'll give you guys moderator access just because in case we get spammed at some point, I could use your help and you guys are on the live stream. Standard moderator. Macau, the legend. Legends, this is a potential SFP short. That was a good 1 hour candle, for sure. Rick Ty says, I don't think I should qualify for it. No idea what I should do. Basically, guys, if I give you moderator access, it just means, like last live stream, near the end of the live stream, a bunch of bots just came in and started spamming nonsense. So it just means that you have access now to just kick them out. But you need, but please be respectful. If someone is asking a question that you think is a silly question, that's not a good reason to kick them out. Be kind, guys. Otherwise, I'll just remove your moderator access. The point is just to remove the bots, the spams, like these kinds of things. Grigor as well. Got you, man. Yeah, easy. Grigor, I will add you right now. Grigor has been a long time community member. There you go. I think we have enough moderators now. We've probably added 4 or 5. Gemma Gov, yeah, exactly. Don't let the power get to your head. All right, 5-minute candles in. I actually think I might take a scalp here. I've opened a short. A very small short, guys. I've opened a very small short. Potential SFP here. Why do I need to? Are you ready to watch me lose $300 on stream? 1 moment. 2,362.3. Guys, if I lose this trade, I'm not eating for the day. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. But I will try to make more of an effort to enter a couple more trades on streams. I think so far I've entered 5 or 6 trades on stream, and we have not lost a single one. There's been a couple of stops at break even after taking profits, but this is a good potential SFP zone. So I decided to enter. Please remember, legends, please remember that I am a swing trader. This is a scalp for me. I'm risking almost no capital compared to my bigger trades. If you want to see how I've been trading this market, my big longs, my big shorts, my swing trades that I hold my positions for a while, remember you do have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group, where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. As long as you're trading with any of these down below, you're good to join the community. That's my more serious trades. Targeting value area low, definitely not. Actually, maybe I stretch it. Maybe I stretch it. One moment. I meant to do... Yeah. Guys, this isn't... Oh man, I could see the questions as soon as I enter a small trade. Legends, this is not a swing short. A swing short is this. These are like the trades that I'm taking on stream, as we've discussed, guys, way smaller. If I lose $500 on stream, it's not a big deal. Wait, J Beers, that doesn't make sense. What do you mean swing short scalp? Swing short scalp? That doesn't really make sense, man. How much you mean to me? This is better, right? You guys can see the position better. I'm playing the potential SFP from this big wick up that we had. This is a scalp, my friends. Legends, I don't know what I have to do or say to explain myself more. But again, I will reiterate, the trades that I take on stream are tiny, tiny trades compared to my big trades that I take in my community. These are like not even 0.25% of my trading portfolio. It's like 0.10, 0.0, like it's tiny. The reason I do it is to hopefully keep the streams a little bit more entertaining. So far, we've taken 5 trades on the stream, and we have not had a single loss. Maybe today is the day. But I'm playing a potential SFP here, but right now it's not looking good because we're about to get a 15-minute candle close above, another 15-minute candle close above the level. So let's see. Let's see. Is 2-bit good? Yeah, I like 2-bit, guys. I use all the exchanges. All the exchanges that I have in the description down below, I have funds on. So, to each their own. Bluffin is my favorite. Bluffin is my favorite exchange. Got a bit of acceptance above. I'm hoping for a nasty rejection on the 4-hour more locally here, but right now it looks pretty okay for higher. Genie, exactly. Genie says, this is why it was not posted in my group, because it's insignificant. Entertainment only. Absolutely, that's why. This is entertainment only. This is not my serious trading, guys. Like, for example, if this trade doesn't play out, I lose, what is it? Like 500 bucks, just under 500 bucks. If it plays out, I get 700. It's really nothing, guys. I promise you. In the group, for example, when I entered this trade, my Bitcoin long, if it didn't play out, I was risking like $20,000. So we're talking about a lot more serious money. But just for entertainment purposes, to keep it fresh, keep it alive, I'll take a couple. Any significant trades, any serious trades that I take with more capital, shared within my group. So if you want to join, guys, first link in the description down below. I'm seeing less and less people are watching the live stream now, even after taking a live trade, which does not make me want to take that many live trades if it doesn't even help with people watching, to be fair. But let's see. You guys say appreciate the live trade, but I'm about to get stopped out. On the more higher time frame, I would love for Bitcoin to keep pumping because I have a pretty big long open, right? 75 grand on the long. Let's see. I know this is the issue with the live trades too, because I get kind of, you know, I tell you guys don't diddle in the middle, but here I am diddling in the middle. This is not a particularly great region to enter with high conviction. Jay Beers, I can tell you hate being wrong on stream. Absolutely, man. I do. It sucks. Especially with a 5 out of 5 win rate. But let's see. Let's see, guys. Oh, man. My man, some of these things. Bro had a great trade, but then broke his psychology. I didn't break my psychology, guys. what a thing to say, man. Trying to hold above this wick. Green Light Trading says he wants me to go down to the 1 minute time frame. Is this more entertaining for you degens? Some of you guys are crazy, man. 1 minute time frame. Insane. I just get scared that I instill bad habits in you. If you see me on the 1 minute time frame, just know that it's bullshit. Ugh. Purchase Media says, I think we take Argentina to penalties and sky one over the bar, giving them the W. That would be funny. Someone said I would pay to see Matty Degen trade the minute chart on alts for a live stream. Guys, I don't think you understand. Being good at swing trading does not mean that you're good at scalping, to be perfectly clear. But I think we'll have a lot of fun in the bull market. When it's more favorable price action and it's less choppy and we're a lot of like alts exploding and things like that, I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I have to use the washroom. We've been at it for 3 hours and 15 minutes. I drank 2 liters of water and I still haven't gone to the washroom. So give me like 2 seconds. Hopefully you guys can dump the price for the sake of this trade. Otherwise, if we go higher, I'm happy because my long would make way more money than any little scalp short. But a rosy dog, unfortunately, Telegram is the way to go. So my degen mode, the way that I get my fix of degen is by sports betting on World Cup and tennis. That's where I have fun. Anyways, BRB guys, let's see. How are we doing? We're back. You guys didn't nuke it. I'm disappointed in you. Dex is dumping. Jay Beers, I feel like Michael Saylor right now. Okay, weekend pumps are sus, but could we be forming the next higher low before we go up? Actually, AD all day 92. That's actually my base case, guys. I think that what we could see is a red weekly close for Bitcoin, similar to what we saw in 2018. Ideally, we can sweep 60K, and then we pop right back up. That's what I'd love to see for Bitcoin. That would be just phenomenal. Because I'm in a Bitcoin long. I've made 30K on this trade, but I'm going to add to this position if I get the opportunity to do so. I have my big shorts open as well, ready to add if we go higher. As always, if you want to join the community and see how I've been trading this market on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis, you have the links in the description down below. The first link, you just have to DM me the keyword BTC, so Bitcoin's ticker, and you'll be able to join my private group. The way it works is you sign up with any of these links down below, you make them your go-to trading exchange. If you're already trading on BTCC or Kraken, we can transfer you under my referral so you don't have to change your account. We have a lot of members trading with even a few $100,000 on Kraken, on Bluffin, on any of these exchanges. And because you're trading with your own money, you're good to join the community. You're not paying me to join. I need to keep reiterating that because some people say, bro, I don't want to pay you to join your group. You don't need to. You don't need to. And if you really don't want to join the group, no stress. We have fun on stream anyways. Bro, till when are you live? Till when are you live? I'll probably run it a little bit longer. I mean, we're 3.5 hours in. What do you say, guys? Do I go for... It's not going to be a record. Our record, Livestream Legends, I don't know if you guys know this. We almost did a 9-hour live stream with FOMC. So that was a pretty insane one. Content live. This one, 8 hours and 41 minutes. That was the longest live stream I ever did in my life. We're not going to do that today. But tomorrow we have inflation data. I think today we do, what do you say, 5 hours or 6 hours? Just 4 more hours, please. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do 7.5 today. That's a long shift. As much as I love spending time with you guys, I got some tennis, I got some gym, I got some stuff to do. JB, what I will say, guys, I am a pretty intense individual in the sense of I like to break records and I like to really push myself. And so there will be a point where I will be doing over a 12-hour live stream. I am positive in that. And would you look at that, the short is now in profits. So let's see. Jay Beers, your energy's been so much better since you've been on holiday. You can see the shift in your mindset. Yeah, I think I needed it. I think I needed a cheeky little holiday, right? It was nice. It was nice. Had a great time. Entered my trade on holiday. That's the beauty of the community, legends. When I'm not posting YouTube videos and I enter a new trade, a very big like swing trade with 2% of my trading portfolio, it's shared in the community. So I do my best to, guys, I'm going in now. This is the level I've been looking at. But the holidays are needed for everyone. At first, when I started, I was posting every single day and I was answering every single DM that I was getting. And as much as I want to do that, it's literally impossible at this point. So I have to keep on thinking of creative ways that I can engage with you. And starting the live streams was one of them. Because now I can read the comments, I can hang out with you guys. And yeah, it's easier for me to read comments as I'm doing the live stream. So if you have any questions or concerns and you're not a big trader, this is probably the chance to get some of my attention, I would say. The reason I say this is because if you are a big trader, I add you into a priority folder on my Telegram where I can get back to you much sooner than anyone else. In fact, I only really get back to the bigger traders. Used to get back to everyone, but I get thousands of DMs now, so I'm just trying to find a good way to manage this. Top 5 trader channel on YouTube. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm happy you guys are getting value out of what I'm doing. Peak Profits W. What's up? Would you short a meme like Ansem? You know what? I'll guide you through something that I would like to let me give you a well thought out answer. So, to answer your question thoroughly, Abu Zain, you said you're going in, bro. You're watching the stream. You're watching the stream a little bit delayed. I've already entered a trade. Degen mode activated. I feel it's genuine too. He wants to be here. He doesn't have to be here. He's genuinely passing on his knowledge without asking for anything. My man. What did I want to... Okay, someone asked me about Ansem. This is what I was looking for. So in my Telegram community, I actually posted this. And I have some criterias for going into shorts, for shitcoin shorts. And Ansem, this shitcoin that you guys are talking about, unfortunately does not meet the #1 criteria that I started with. Market cap over 1 billion. And guys, for context here, please pay attention. I have made a lot of money shorting shitcoins in the market. And so this is basically what I start looking for. Market cap over 1 billion. I only want to be shorting coins with a market cap north of $1 billion. Smaller caps are too easy to manipulate and can squeeze violently on low volume. The bigger names have more liquidity and the moves tend to be cleaner. Always. Now, this is interesting because DEX was over a $2 billion market cap. And right now we're dumping. At least now we are. It's at almost a 4 billion FDV. But we had so much manipulation even over 2 billion. So the bare minimum here criteria is over 1 billion. Ansem is nowhere near 1 billion. Therefore, I'm just not interested. Already had a significant pump. I'm not looking to short something that's already been beaten down. I want coins that have ripped hard recently, where latecomers are now bag holding near the top, hoping for continuation or a breakout that isn't coming. Then we have the double topping structure. Best case scenario is a clean double top on the chart. Price ran up, dumped, swept the previous high months or weeks later, and looks to get rejected again. Smart money is selling into retail, FOMOing into longs. That could be what's happening with DEX right now, where we have retail saying, okay, well, maybe we just start popping up here. Then the next one, juicy cumulative long liquidation leverage. I want to see a cluster of long liquidations sitting below the price on the liquidation heat map. That tells me that over leveraged longs are trapped. When price breaks down, those longs get liquidated and accelerates the move to the downside. That's why it makes sense to look for shorts. Positive funding. This is the cherry on top. It's not an absolute necessity, but when funding is extremely elevated, longs are paying shorts just to hold the positions. It also signals the market is overcrowded on one side, which historically doesn't end well for a crowded trade. Then we have the last thing, pending token unlocks. This basically means that there are team or investor tokens getting unlocked, therefore potential supply about to hit the market, which means selling pressure. So these are my criterias, and the number one thing here, I mean, Ansem is not over 1 billion, but I just thought I'd give you guys this insight. I share this in my premium group as well. I share these kinds of insights if I think that they can be helpful. This was shared actually on June 9th. So yeah, that's actually what I look like. That's actually what I look for in terms of these coins. All right, guys. The short is on the 1 minute time frame looks juicy. The short is making money. The short that we took on the stream. So let's see now. Let's see. Bro, which editing software do you use for your videos? I actually like CapCut. It works. It's what I need. It's pretty basic. I don't really edit much, right? It's just cutting and chopping. To be honest, I'm learning a lot, but I'm also exhausted. Sorry, man, I gotta go. I love you. Yeah, man, no worries. We've been at it for 3.5 hours. It makes sense. Thanks for sharing your criteria. Of course. I have a question. For volume profile, is it important to look for sell versus buy volume, or do you only look at total volume? What volume profile are you talking about? Like, are you talking about when I draw the ranges out? Because this is the volume profile. Anyways, if you could please reiterate, I'll be able to. Whew. The red and green candles in the volume profile indicator. The red and green candle in the volume profile indicator. I have to be honest, I only look, when it comes to this, like trying to see if Bitcoin gets a sweep of the value area low, I only look at total volume. I don't really pay attention to the color of the candles. Total volume is what's important in my opinion. Sesh Monkey, bro is colorblind. Colorblind. VPVR, yes. Ferrari, hello legends, just came from work to tune in, my man. Luke Draco, at what time frame is the funding rate important? 15-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour? When does it make sense to look at it as an extra indicator? It only makes sense to look at the funding rate as an extra indicator when it is significantly skewed in one direction. On Bitcoin, in my opinion, it does not make sense unless you're looking at like a full 0.25%. The reason I mention it on shitcoins is because sometimes it can go as high as a full percent, which is just obscene. It's just crazy. That's when it makes sense. But it's like, if I could put it on a list of like what's most important, the funding rate is probably like near the bottom, in my opinion. That's why I always laugh when I see a bunch of crypto influencers say like, oh my God, the funding rate is negative or the funding rate is positive. We're about to get a massive squeeze. And it's like, it's just not that important, at least for my analysis. But in my group, we've talked about the funding rate before. And if you want to join the group, legends, you know where to find me. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and I'd be more than happy to add you to the group. As long as you're trading with any of these links down below, you're good to go to join my community. If you're trading on Kraken already, we can transfer you under my referral, so you get to keep your main Kraken account. You don't have to make a new one. BTCC, the same thing. And then my go-to exchange, as you know, is Bluffin. J Tin Man says, risking only 1 to 5% makes swing trading pretty stress-free for me. I love it. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. When I started trading, I was sometimes risking more than what I'm risking now in terms of percentage. But because I have my capital spread out and I'm happy with the overall capital size, I truly do respect the 1 to 5% of my trading portfolio. So this big trade that you see here was 2% of my trading portfolio, and now I'm up around $70,000. My big short was 5% of my trading portfolio. That was one where I had tons of conviction in, and yeah. And also, legends, my main thing with my trades that I take on the stream that you need to understand is, I think my approach will be, if nothing has happened by the time the stream ends, then I simply close the position. So just keep that in mind. Because it's just, these are very, very tiny positions compared to what I normally do. There's no sense in keeping it. We find a new one in the next stream, maybe. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. We got the 4-hour close soon. Pretty okay. Jay Beers, thanks, my man. Thank you. Legends, we entered the short on stream. Now we wait and see. Shoot. What happened, man? If using size, swing is good. Some like using small size, high leverage for scalps or day trading choices are good. I agree, but I just think that swing trading is the least stressful and it is the most accurate way to trade. You got kids? No. At Threeser174. I'd be very curious. I saw your deleted message, Threeser174. If you can message me on Telegram and tell me who's saying that nonsense, I'd love to know, because that happened the last live stream and it was very frustrating. So I've had to block words and stuff. So yeah, let me know. That'd be helpful. You took a new short, Wise WR. Yes, guys, we took the trade on the stream today. We took the trade on the stream, and we were playing a potential SFP from here, 62.64. But the Riser174, I would love, please message me on Telegram. I'd love to know where it's coming from. It's like as soon as the channel starts getting a little bit of traction, we just start getting some hate. But anyways, Legends, we're almost at 20,000 subscribers. So pretty massive. Thank you for all your support, guys. Looks like history is repeating. Penny Utah 307. Guys, I'm sorry, but if you're messaging me on Telegram, and expecting a response, you probably won't get it unless you're trading with a significant amount of capital. I'm just keeping it real. I used to answer everyone. It's impossible for me to answer you, and please don't get frustrated if I don't answer you. Please do not. Show Pew. Hi, Matt. Nice to see you again. Is the short shared in the private group? No, Legends. This short, guys. This short, Legends, is with like almost no capital. It's not like a ridiculously high probability trade setup. That's why I didn't share it in the group. Guys, I'm not even using 0.25% of my portfolio. This was just a fun little one on the stream. So I need to, I guess, see how that works, because I try to only share my big trades, the trades that I'm way more serious about in my group. These little ones, I mean, $100 here, $200 there, it's not what I'm going for my group. These trades that you're seeing here, the big ones, were all shared in my group. Another reason to keep the channel small selfishly. I want the group to be small. Feels like we have an edge on the rest of the market. Yeah, guys, sorry, Pan Utah. I saw your message. I'm not taking any proposals at the time. Thank you. And I prefer trading here on Bluffin for now. So Bluffin is my go-to. Juventus J. Hi, Matt. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. SPCX feels like a pump and dump meme. It is not a pump and dump meme. I think that this is normal price action. We've seen it with Tesla, where we basically just dumped originally, and then we had a then it was nothing but up for a decade. So I think that's going to be similar. But right now, this is just lower term price action for SpaceX, which usually can coincide with a nice dump than a pump for a while, for quite a while. Matsir, if you pull an anchored VWAP from our bottom, it made a long wick above it. Was that the time to go long? So the thing with anchored VWAPs is they can provide local support, but they don't always have to, particularly if here you can see that we've created a little bit of a lower high. And so I wouldn't be surprised if this downtrend can continue a little bit. We talked about it in the previous video update where I think that this week can be a red weekly candle, and then perhaps we have a nice move up into that 200-day moving average if Bitcoin wants to continue playing out the simulation from 2018, right? Currently, my profit zone for my short is 62. But if I end up closing the stream before and nothing has changed, I might just close the trade at the end of the stream with whatever it's at. So let's see. Lionel for King says, took the same scalp as you. If we hit 62.3, I'm passing a 100K Bitfunded account. Nice, man. Congratulations. My prediction for CPI tomorrow is that I mean, I don't know what the data is gonna what the data is gonna say. Ultimately, I think that Bitcoin can still drop, but I would be looking for a long from around the 60K zone. You ever riz with your trade ROI percentages? Seriously. Nah, man, I don't riz. I do my best to not talk about money or my trading endeavors. Let's just keep it like that. I keep it pretty low key, aside from being on the YouTube. Whew. Someone get me a coffee, man. How's the weather in Dubai? It's hot. Very, very hot. Hey, Master, do you use low volume nodes in your trading to see local support resistance? Yeah, sometimes. DEX is indeed dumping. You taking England or Argentina? That is a very difficult one to call. England have been growing into the tournament. Argentina have been looking shaky every single game, but they somehow make it through. It takes one moment of brilliance from someone like Messi, again, to just unlock a game. And now that they have other players stepping up, Julian Alvarez, for example, you'd be a fool to bet against Argentina. But also, I would say, from an overall team perspective, England have a better team. So the chart is warish, bro. Brother, how much time should you test a strategy before leaving it? That's a good question. Well, the thing is, you want to see how probable it is to play out across many different time frames and across an extended period of time. But you can actually go back to historical price action and you can use AI to see whether or not your strategy works. Instead of you going back on the charts and seeing all the times that it played out, all the times that it didn't, you can already do that with AI. It can go back and check the charts for you based on the criteria that you set. So we're in a world where you can backtest things quite easily. Legends, if you are wondering about the summer schedule, I know some of you already know about it, but just to share with you, I have my summer schedule in the description down below. So these are the times where I go live. I start at around an hour and a half before New York market open, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Video updates on Wednesday and Sunday, and sometimes on Friday I will do a live stream, although I do tend to do video updates on Friday as well, depending on plans and if anything's changed in the market. CO can, exactly. Any of the major AIs can completely backtest for you if you give them the right data, exactly. So strategy has increased its USD reserve by 450 million. So now they're increasing that pretty significantly. It's interesting though, because Sailor is now a guy that sells his Bitcoin for cash. I love these live streams, but sometimes spending my morning staring at the charts just doesn't feel healthy. Yeah, man, that's that's valid. I do it because it's good to hang out with you guys. It's good to take some trades on the stream sometimes. Yeah, I think it's a good way to spend time with each other and learn. But I think the average watch time is like 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. Most people don't stay the whole stream, I would imagine. That would be... Oh, sorry, yeah, he sold MicroStrategy, not Bitcoin. But in general, I think he might be selling some more Bitcoin down the line. Charts make money. Well, that's exactly it. Will you tell us when a trade is active to enter? Why do people... It's insane. It's like, tell me when to enter. Guys, the closest you get to that is within my community. That's where I share all of my trades and my overall market analysis. So, you know, if you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll be able to join my group where I share all of my own personal trades. That's how I operate in this market. If you want to join, you know where to find me. On the stream, I did literally say, if you go back, guys, I'm taking the trade here, I'm entering short. So I entered a short, and now let's see how this price action develops. Macau, bro, I stayed the entire 8-hour stream first time he broke the record. Absolute legend, man. Legend. Legends, I'm up $300 on this trade that I took on stream. I'm already gonna take some profits. $25%. 25% profits here, guys. Did you not share this trade in the group? No, guys. All right, I'm going to send a message in my group after this live stream. But legends, the group trades are my own big trades in this market. The ones that I have higher conviction in, the ones that I'm using more capital. So to keep reiterating, guys, if you're in my group and you don't see this trade posted, it's simply because this was just a trade for entertainment purposes on the live stream. I don't consider this a serious trade. Taking $43 profit from a trade, like you've seen the trades I've taken in the group, guys. Like my Bitcoin long is up around 70K. My big Bitcoin short is up around multiple 6 figures. So like these are the trades that I share in the group, not the smaller ones that you see on the stream. So please just keep that in mind. I think I do need a frequent Q&A tab. That's a very good idea, NetNate. This is what I'm saying, some of the comments, man. That's a pretty aggressive short. My man, it's a scalp on the stream, guys. It's for fun. What's below? Thank you for understanding. Let's go. I'm glad that some people understand. It would be illegal for him to tell us when to enter. He is not a financial advisor. Yeah, I am not a financial advisor, to reiterate that. All I can do, and that's why I share my own trades in this market, because you can learn from what I'm doing. I told you guys I'm going short, therefore I went short. It's up to you to make your own decision in this market, right? I know, man, I'm just pulling your leg. It's so difficult because I know some of you guys genuinely are just joking around. And I can, like, but when I read the comments, it's hard to tell who's being sarcastic and who's not. Lionel for King, 100K account successfully live. Thanks, man. My man. Tip, you don't need to justify your scalp trades constantly. Yeah, maybe I need to be better at that. I feel like I always need to justify what I'm doing. But yeah. Slick Shoes, I completely agree with you. Slick Shoes says, stop trying to copy trade YouTube people. Just take the info and do your own thing with it. Agreed. One thing I didn't realize is that scalps should have a lot less risk to put on them. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Like if I'm taking swing trades with 1 to 5% of my trading portfolio, I mean, this scalp that I took on stream, this entertainment scalp, we'll call it, is like 0.001%. Like it's like nothing. Off the Grid says, okay, I'm shorting now. No, man, no. I could read that and say that you're trolling. Retesting that anchored VWAP again for Bitcoin. We took the short on the stream. And you know me, guys. I don't take a trade every stream. I am not a scalper. No, Grigor, don't. Look, it's a good compliment, but I get scared when I read comments like that. Grigor just said, yeah, that's a funny thing. Matsur always tells us not to copy him, but copying him is actually an extremely profitable strategy. Guys, please don't copy me. Oh man, I hate reading that, but it's a good compliment. We have been very good this bear market, I have to say. I've had some losses, of course I've had, but my bigger swing trades, whenever I've really decided to size into a trade, it's been very profitable. So I am grateful for that. We've been following the market structure very well. And all the trades, guys, are shared in my group, but I would encourage you that if you do join my community, if you do join where I share all of my big swing trades, please make sure that you look at a trade and you see if it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense to you, don't execute on a trade. Please, I'm begging you. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy that trades and I share my thoughts on the internet. That's it, right? No, guys, no, I'm not a financial advisor. Please stop. If you guys say that, I could get blocked from YouTube. Okay, so if we gain acceptance, I'm telling you guys right now, if we gain acceptance back above this 62,308, like if the 5-minute candle closes back above, I think I'm just going to close the trade and make my few $100s in profit on this trade, on this scalp. Because that would mean that this could be the potential zone where we form on the lower time frames a higher low. It's possible. So I'm open to it. Let's monitor the 5-minute chart, but I'm gonna, like, if we get a 5-minute candle close above here, I'm closing it. I'll take my profits. I'll take my 6-0 on live stream trading, and we'll move on. One minute left. We close above 308, 62,308. I'm out. I'll do a flash close. So long as we don't close above, I'm okay. Let's see. It's also a 15-minute candle close, not just a 5-minute. So we're trying to hold here. All right. One sec. Let's just look at the CVD quickly. Okay. So I will, okay, let me rephrase that. I will close another 50%. Nah, I'll close another, screw it. I'll close another 25%. Done. So I've made $120 on the stream. And I have my stop loss now getting moved to break even. So at the worst case, oops, that's take profit. At the worst case scenario, At the absolute worst case scenario, I made $100 on stream. Cool. There you go. Now the actual profit zone was 62K. This wick. So I'm gonna stay a little bit. It's not financial advice, but it's profitable advice. We're 6-0 on the stream, legends. 6-0. I don't take trades all the time on the stream, but I'm going to try to do it more often. If you like live trading, little scalps, make sure to subscribe to the channel. The other thing to consider, though, is my bigger trades, as always, are shared within my community. This trade, this $100, cool, great, we made it. But I'm a way more serious trader within my community. So these positions are currently up multiple 6 figures across a few exchanges here. So if you want to see how I've really been trading this market as a swing trader and not just these scalps, join my community. There's an option to join on Kraken as well if that's what you're interested in. And if you already have an account, we can transfer you under my referral. Same thing with BTCC. But my main exchange is Bluffin that I use. I like Bluffin. You ever tried trading 15-minute Bitcoin on Kalshi? No, I haven't. Gold sub 4K, is that true? Okay, now we're getting very, very interesting. Okay. Nice. Gold sub 4K. Gotcha. I'm keeping my eyes on this one. This is a potential swing that I'd be willing to take in my community. So if you want to know when I take that trade, first link in the description down below, guys. You're trading with your own money again. You're not paying me to join. You're trading with your own money. Sesh Monkey, I'm pretty sure you're in my group, man. I will let you know as soon as I decide to take a trade. I talked about it in a video update. I gave an exclusive video update in my group. Another 25 TP if Bitcoin hits these lows. 62.14. Where am I going to trade gold? I thought you were asking about the entry. Where? I'm probably going to trade gold on Bluffin, because you can trade gold, stocks, precious metals, everything on bluffing. I mean, if weeks works for you, you can do it on weeks as well, plus 2-bit, I believe. So we're looking at potentially sweeping 6214. If we get that, I'll take some more profits from my trade. Legends, if you're enjoying the live stream so far, you like the live trades, you like what we've been doing here, make sure to leave a nice like. 300, I think we get to 400-500 likes perhaps this stream. That would be absolutely epic. Let's see how this price action develops. We're getting closer and closer to the TP. The stop loss is now at break even. So far we've made about $400 on stream today. If I close out the rest of the position, let's see. Marcia Tridente, I used to be able to get you guys to keep your bluffing account and then transfer under my referral, but unfortunately it's not possible. You can't do that. So you would have to create a new bluffing account. But we do have some great bonuses down below if that interests you. 25% off your trading fees and $500 bonus exclusively on the platform. Yeah. If one... hey man, Ethan is completely correct. Answering your question, Nihal Kaza. That is a very, very scary question and a very scary way to put it. If one needs to enter longs, what would those levels you look for? So we talked about the levels. Really, for me to add to my swing long, I need to see a good reaction at the 60K zone because it coincides with the value area low, the point of control, support, value area low, and we have a lot of local liquidity there. So I would like to see this liquidity get grabbed. But the start of your question, when you say, if one needs to enter longs, guys, be careful with that kind of language. No one needs to do anything, let alone needing to enter long in a structural bear market. Do I think the relief rally can continue? Yeah. Am I already in a long that was shared in my community? Yes. But now it's a matter of being patient. Does Ethan not have a space bar on his keyboard? Off the grid, are you using the fixed range or anchored volume, and where exactly do you drop it on the chart? I use both, my man. I use both. So the anchored VWAP is this light blue line, and usually the anchored VWAP, you take it from a pivot low or the start of a potential, or the start of a period. So what I mean by this is, I think I did it on the hype chart at one point. So you see this anchored VWAP I took from basically the beginning of March. And this provided a pretty good pivot in the market. Sorry, April, beginning of April. And you'll notice that sometimes we get these bounces from key levels like this. Look at that. Beautiful test. Lovely long. And we just popped. So that's how I do the anchored VWAP, either from a period in time or from a pivot. Now the volume profile is a little bit different because you want to take it at the start of a range. So if I delete this, it's very clear to see that Bitcoin since the beginning of June, near the beginning of June, is within a range. And that range is from $67,000 down to the lows of 57.8. So when you take the fixed range volume profile, you take it from the beginning of the period and you drag it onto where we are today. So that value area low is found at around $60,000, which with local support just below 60K and local liquidity. So that's how I would do it. The reason why I'm really looking at this value area low is not only because of the liquidity, not only because 59.9 is a pretty solid support zone, but you can see the kind of reaction that we got for Bitcoin the last time that we dumped in this range. And that was, we dropped, we had a bounce, choppy, ugly upside. We went all the way up to the value area high after reclaiming the value area low. And then what actually happened was we tapped into the value area low, a wick, and then we were off to the races, and Bitcoin exploded past the value area high. So I think that this could be a similar scenario in the sense of Bitcoin pops up, and then if we are to come back down, we would liquidate a lot of longs. People would get very, very bearish, expecting, okay, finally, the continuation lower will happen, and then we SFP, and then we go all the way up to the 2021 all-time high, basically into this zone over here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for a relief rally. But until we drop lower, I'm not interested to add to my swing long. There's no reason to. I got a great entry, and that's it, right? Ethan, so many periods behind your off the grid. Thank you, bro. Very well explained. My pleasure, man. That's the thing, guys. If you ask very insightful questions that I've been trading with, especially like if you ask about the volume profile, the anchored VWAP, these kinds of things, happy to help because I use it for my trading, right? Sometimes if you ask me questions about Elliott Wave, I mean, I cannot help you with that. I'm not an Elliotician. All right, we just got a 5-minute close above 308. My stop loss is at entry. We've made $120 on the stream. It is a very small position, but profit is profit, right? A winning trade is a winning trade. SFP means swing failure pattern. So swing failure pattern is basically when you drop below an important level and you immediately get bought up. So you could see here, oops, you can see here, we dropped and then we immediately bounced up. SFP. So on the 4 hour, we had a big drop that got bought up, and everyone got overly bearish right here. So that's what it is. If we would have gotten candle closes below the level, then that's not classified as an SFP because you actually broke and confirmed below the level. But since it's just a wick, we were off to the races. Forget Elliott wave, Matt wave. Tomorrow we have inflation data, so Legends, same time. I might actually start even a little bit earlier. I may start earlier, but we're going to do a live stream tomorrow as well. One 15-minute candle close above. Making the case for a potential higher low here. Remember what we discussed. Relief rallies are choppy. They are ugly. We can drop to 60. We can pop back up. This will likely shake out a lot of traders. Did you sell your long? Of course not. I think a lot of people don't understand the profit of the concept of taking partials. I've paid myself $30,000 on my long. That's it. And I hold the rest of the position because I want to add to it. And any updates on my trades, Legends, in the community, as always. If you want to see how I've been trading the market from a swing trading perspective, not just these little scalps, remember to DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. You click this link and you can DM me that keyword. As long as you're trading on any of these exchanges down below, you're good to go and to join the community. What is the easiest way to take partial profits on weeks? So you go here and basically, let's say I have my Bitcoin long open. You click market and then you go here and you choose a percentage. That's the easiest way. And then you just click close. Because if you go and you click flash close, it'll close the entire trade. That's the easiest way to take profits on weeks. I feel like I need another monitor or something. Haha, you guys are funny. Please take another cheeky trade tomorrow in the live. Whatever it is, the entertainment value is priceless. Yeah, you say that until I get some losing trades on the stream, right? I think Bitcoin bottom is in for today. Nick Tooney, it's possible, man. We took a short on the stream, a few $100 in profit. Let's see. No, Weeks doesn't have the toggle profit bar that Bluffin has. No, I don't. I prefer trading on Bluffin as well. It's my go-to. The lights are out again. At what price will you long hype? I'll let you know in the community. Tiago Costa, exactly, man. I don't want to say I told you so, but in my last video and on the Telegram community, I basically said, guys, I think that we could be seeing red this week. And Tiago says, you even told us in the Telegram group that we'd see some red this week. Those who listened, analyzed the fact, and took action are the ones who consistently make profit. Valid, man. Can I take sell? Linges88, my man, I cannot answer a question like that. Would I start building a Bitcoin long from here? No. Jim Heller, no. You're completely wrong in saying that. That's bullshit. I hate when people say that. He did say 65K, so he was wrong. Bro, I took so much profits from my long. I said 65K is possible. It doesn't mean we have to hit it. This is the frustrating thing with making videos on the internet, man. It's like, Anyways, I'm not gonna let that get to me, but I would say, like, as you could see here, guys, on my long, actually, on weeks, my take profit, I have another take profit right at 65K. So that was shared in my group as well. But I've already taken profits from my long, to be perfectly clear, because I want to add when we hopefully go lower. It is getting tricky out there. It is getting tricky out there. Matt, you work for Jim now. Yeah, Gemma Gov, you're right. I need to just not pay attention to that kind of stuff. Anyone that's been Archie, I appreciate the support, man. Anyone that's been with me for a while knows that when I started the live streams, I was extremely nervous about like comments and shit like that. But I think as I've been doing this for several months now, actually, I'm getting better. I'm getting better with it. No one talks about it, but it's not an easy thing to put your face out there on the internet, share your trades, have people potentially happy with you, have people potentially angry with you. Like if it was easy, everyone would do it. In trading, scalping, you got to be able to switch from short to long quickly. That's true. That's true. Stick around for the long haul and you'll win. Is everyone that's currently watching aware of my higher time frame analysis? Thanks, guys. Thanks for the support. I really do appreciate it. Shannon, thank you very much. You're doing better now. Yeah, even though I am new, but I see how you handle comments better now. Yeah. It was tough in the past, man. Hate comes from beneath. Oof, some of you guys are good. Let's go. Let's see if we can drop a bit further on this trade that we took. And we'll be looking for some new trades in the community. Yeah, Gemma Gov, you're right. It sucks. On Bluffin, unfortunately, you can't be in any active trades to turn on hedge mode. So I have to use I use other exchanges, or you could use a sub account on Bluffin as well, which is fine. It's pretty easy to create a sub account on your main Bluffin account. But yeah, you can't be in any active positions if you want to turn on hedge mode. Markets are de-risking before the data tomorrow. Bitcoin is the only coin that has the worst wicks. I've seen a lot worse with shitcoins. That's factually incorrect. Heavy spot selling from Binance today. Coinbase Premium Index, a little bit of a dip today. Not what you want to see. I'd like to see this continue, but if we do come down to the 60, 59K region, it's my next zone, man. Manly's barbecue, no worries, my man. I'm glad you're getting value out of it. We're seeing that there is a little bit more buying from the ETF side of things, which is interesting. Sailor's stretch products still pretty meh. I mean, the next ex-dividend date is July 15th. It doesn't look like we're going to get to par, so I don't think he'll have that excess liquidity to buy some more Bitcoin. He's currently down almost 18% on his Bitcoin investments. Bill Altman, the master, Matt, my man. I hope you're well. All right, legends. I think we chop around. Nick Tooney might be correct in saying that maybe the low is in for the day. Let's see. I think we have some more, excuse my language, some more fuckery probably going into the inflation data. But we're currently struggling right at around that 62.3K region. We cannot, it looks like we're trying to reclaim 62.3, but unfortunately, it's not really playing out. We need to break above there if we're going to see a push higher. So let's see. If we start to get multiple candle closes above here, I would just close my long trade. Right now we're up around, we've secured 120 bucks, unrealized around 230. It was just a quick little scalp trade. But now we wait and see. Are you keeping Are you keeping the trade because of the second candle close below 308? Yes, that's exactly why. If we would have gotten the next candle close, another wick down and another green one, back above 308, yeah, I would just... And the reason I'm using 308, guys, is just because that's where the wick was formed on 2-bit. It's the one that I just took this short on here. But it might be different depending on if you're using like a weeks, or if you're using bluffing, Kraken. Sean, okay, I'm ready to join your group. Been watching for a while now, daily. Love the content. I trade with 5 to 10K. Awesome, man. I welcome you to the group. Guys, if you want to join the group where I share all of my own trades and my overall market analysis, my approach to this bear market, shorting the relief rallies with swings, and longing the local bottoms, make sure to join. It's the first link in the description down below. If you go down here and you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll get access to my group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It's where I post everything. Big swing trades, not these little scalps that we take on stream. Thomas said, I'm so proud of myself. I got the same setup and the same entry. Epic, man. Awesome stuff. I don't know. I guess, Thomas, you removed your message, but huh. But yeah, congratulations, man. Thomas, this is a quick scalp, right? So for me, this is a very, very small position compared to my other positions. I've already taken profits from this trade. If we do hit 62.14 here, then I'd take some more profits, and my stop loss is also already at break even, right? How close do you expect to get to the true bottom? 01 asks. Legends, I'm not a fortune teller, right? I'll try to get as close to the bottom as possible, but like when it comes to spot buying, I don't really care. I just buy. When it comes to leverage trading, obviously you need to be a little bit more precise, but there might be multiple attempts at a bear market bottom. That's usually what happens. On my swing shorts, sometimes I get stopped out a couple times with stop loss at break even. So I make some money on the way down, get stopped out. Make some money on the way down, get stopped out. And then eventually what happens is I catch the big short. So when it happens, it happens. I already have a Kraken account. Is this one valid for entering in your Telegram chat? Yes, it is. So if you message me on Telegram, we don't have an option where it's like an automation, but if you message me on Telegram using this first link in the description down below, and you say, hey, I'm on Kraken, I'd like to transfer under your referral, and you share what is called a public user ID, we're able to transfer you under my referral, and you get to keep your Kraken account as your main account if that's where you're trading on, and you prefer to do that, you can. Same thing with BTCC, actually. Legends, so we have a pretty jam-packed day tomorrow because I need to check if this is accurate, the Fed Chair Warsh testimony. If anyone can check, that'd be great. We have inflation rate month over month, core inflation rate month over month, then we have the same year over year. So tomorrow should be a pretty significant day. And that's going to be it, right? We're going to cover this on the live stream. I think it's 8:30 in the morning my time. So I'll have to start the live stream a little bit earlier. I'll probably start around 7:30 my time. So half an hour earlier than today, something around there. We've been live streaming for just over 5 hours now, I believe, right? And tomorrow, we'll probably do another 5, 6, maybe even 6 hours. Right now, Bitcoin is sitting at this zone just for good measure because we're still struggling. Main TP is 62. Then we have 62.1. I'm gonna, like I said, take some more profits here, I believe. That's the thing, I don't want to, because I didn't share this in my community, so I'm not going to give updates on this trade, guys. My stop loss is at break even. I've already made money on it. Goldie Sun Bun says, I've turned $15,000 into $23,000 over the last couple months with your help on the channel. Absolutely awesome, right? That's why, guys, if you like, I would recommend you join the community to see how I'm trading and my thought process, especially if you're a bigger trader. But if you're able to do your own analysis 100% and you feel like you don't need to join my community, then no stress, man. You can just keep watching the YouTube channel. But I need to make it abundantly clear that whenever there's updates on my positions, they are shared within my community first and foremost. My community is my priority. Let's see if we can drop a little bit further here. Come on, Bitcoin. Davin Yank. Matt, I'm looking for a swing long. I missed 58K. Suggest me when I should go long. Bro, watch the stream and watch my last video. I'm taking another 25% profits on my short. $25% profit on my short here. Let's make it a $200 day. We've made $215 on stream today. Full TP is at 62. Otherwise, my stop loss is at 62.7, which is basically break even. So worst case scenario, I will make $200 today on this trade. Just a quick one on the stream for you guys. Tomorrow we have inflation data as we discussed. My big swing trades are still looking exactly the same. I'm going to look to potentially add to a long if we get the retracement that I'm looking for. That will be shared within the community. If you want to join the community, you know where to find me. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group where I share all of my own trades and my overall market analysis. You have all the options down below if you'd like to join. That's a wrap for today's live stream. We had a nice live trade today. Hope you enjoyed the content. Important inflation data tomorrow. I'll see you in the next one.